friends. Must be on monthly and these bounded. The country we live, me and people. Represent with your hand in the air. Let's go. Go. Leadership is strong with pride in challenging times. When we come together, the country smiles 'cause we are for you, me, we, and the BLB party. It could be COVID or a threat. Me and God we set.
Good night, good night, good night. Very good night to all of you. Good night to those of you. I want to start first by saying a special good night, a special welcome, not an apology, but certainly to recognize the residents in the area. As you sit in your homes and you hear the message of the Barbados Labour Party, I trust that it is not seen as an intrusion, nor an inconvenience, but a time for you to hear the message, the conversation. And so we thank you for your kind indulgence. And I have no doubt that you too will certainly say, yes, I have enjoyed every bit of this. A special good night to all of you, and to our online viewers, good night to you also. Because you sit in the comfort of your homes, you offer your comments, and of course, you are with us. Your heart is there, and we thank you for joining us. Today is what's today's date, by the way? What's today's date? Talk to me, what's the date? Today's the 7th of February. 7th of February. And I'll tell you, in another week, on the 14th, Barbados will celebrate what we call Valentine's Day. But before we get there, we also know that Barbadians will celebrate on the 11th of February. Because that is when Barbadians will determine will determine the future of Barbados. And Barbadians would recognize that the future of Barbados is big and strong. Barbadians would recognize that the future of Barbados is about strong and organized leadership. Barbadians would also recognize that the future of Barbados is in the hands of the Barbados Labour Party. So on the 11th of February, make no mistake about it. At the very start, I say this to you, my friends, go out and vote. Go early and vote. Go early and vote for Barbados. Go early and vote for the Barbados Labour Party, the candidates right across the 30 constituencies. Tonight, I have the pleasure of chairing this meeting. I'll be joined by a legend, a veteran, Junior Mocky Warren. I'm Antoine Williams. I have the greatest pleasure now of introducing a speaker, a candidate, a man who understands the element of service. He speaks about it. He shows it in his interactions and engagement with his constituents and others beyond the constituency. He believes strongly in the upliftment of our young Barbadian people. And surely in his constituency, he spends a lot of time paying attention to that. He has seen it necessary to produce what can only be regarded as a record, a report card, as it were, but one that highlights the service, one that highlights the representation, one that highlights how the constituency of St. Michael North is growing and growing and growing. And I have no doubt that on the February 11th, the constituents of St. Michael North will see every reason, every single reason to vote for Davidson Ishmael. Allow him the opportunity to continue his service. Allow him the opportunity to serve not just the constituency, but Barbados on a whole. So tonight, Barbados Labour Party, wherever you are, let's welcome candidate for St. Michael North, Davidson Ishmael.
We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. No reason to think twice. Ishmael is the people's choice. He's ready to serve you and get things moving again. Strong representation for every one of you here.
Good night, good night, good night, my Barbados Labour Party family, and of course to all of Barbados who will be listening to us tonight here in the NCF car park. I want to bring you greetings from St. Michael North. St. Michael North is outside, and we are glad to be able to join with our comrades here in the St. James corridor to be able to endorse 3 fine candidates: St. James Central, St. James South, St. James North, in the persons of Kerry Simmons, Sandra Husbands, and Chad Blackman. We are grateful for the opportunity to be able this afternoon to share with you a bit relative to the record of the Barbados Labour Party. And even as we begin to talk about the record of the Barbados Labour Party, I can tell you that you have within these 3 individuals not only significant potential for dedicated service, but you have a proven track record of dedicated service. We have in the Honorable Kerry Simmons, a statesman in politics, having many decades of service, not only in this area of constituency representation, but as a lawyer, as a community practitioner, and as one who has continued to put people first. In Sandra Husbands, you have a woman of class and substance, a woman who has continued to show that she has a heart to help, a heart for people, a genuine woman of the soil, a daughter of this nation who continues to put her hand forward day after day in service to the good people of St. James South. And of course, in St. James North, you have Chad Blackman, one who became a member of parliament just a few months ago, but one through an entire life of visible and dedicated service. You can see that he has been putting his hand to the plow. He is not one that is just talking the talk, but he is one that has been walking the walk for an entirety of his life. From youth parliament, to serving in the Barbados Labour Party at many different levels, to serving as an ambassador to this country, and then serving in our Senate, and of course now serving as a minister in cabinet and a member of parliament for St. James North. He has demonstrated that he has lived his life in service to the people of this country and of course to his constituency in St. James North. I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that these 3 individuals are easy for me to endorse because they are individuals of class, they're individuals of caliber, they're individuals who have the right heart. I said last night on another platform, give me heart above talk any day. And I will say it again, and I will say it this way, give me a person who has heart before a person who has a lot of mouth any day. There are a lot of people out there talking all over their face. They're talking about what they will do and how they will do it and what's not. But in many cases, they have no track record of achievement. They have no track record that is proven. They have nothing to show for what they say they can and what they will do. But in these 3 candidates in St. James, you have proven, tested leadership. You have strong leadership in these individuals. And we will continue to endorse them strongly. And I'm asking you on February the 11th to put your full support and your vote behind Chad Blackman, behind Sandra Husbands, and behind Kerry Simmons, your St. James team for the Barbados Labour Party. And they will continue to give you excellent representation. Now this evening, I want to share just for a short while on a few areas where this Barbados Labour Party has been making a difference. I said this before and I'll say it again. I am not just a part of this party because I like the color red. I do like the color red. But that is not the reason why I am a part of this administration and this party called the Barbados Labour Party. I'm a part of this administration and this party because I know that it is one that is progressive. It is one that is forward-thinking. It is one that is visionary. And it is one that has the capacity and the competency to be able to deliver on the vision that it has for Barbados. And that's why I support it. That's why I stand excitedly and proudly as a member of this Barbados Labour Party. So we've had several things over the last 7-8 years that we've been able to deliver for the people of Barbados. And I've said this before, sometimes the Barbados Labour Party is a victim of its own success. And I heard even as a business major, as a person who has been in business and leading business for many years, sometimes the reward for good work and hard work is more hard work. And sometimes the challenge that you have when you have been so successful in turning a country around in such a quick and rapid pace, the challenge that you face is that people start to take you for granted. They start to say, well, anybody could do that. But ladies and gentlemen all over Barbados, I want you to appreciate and understand, anybody cannot do what the Barbados Labour Party has done to turn Barbados around from 2018 to 2026. Anybody and everybody can't do it. And when I go through my constituency and I go across Barbados, I don't really hear it very much in St. Michael North, to be honest, but I go across Barbados and I interact with people even in Swan Street, in Broad Street, wherever I go across the length and breadth of this nation. I hear people say, my all one is the same thing. And I have to tell them strongly, I rebuke that and reject that. We're not the same. We are not the same, not even remotely the same. Look at these two campaigns. Look at these two campaigns. You have the Barbados Labour Party that has been able to demonstrate to you a level of readiness. Not only readiness to come forward in a campaign and an election exercise, but readiness to continue to deliver and to serve and to continue to carry this country forward. And then you have on the other side a bumbling mess, one thing after the other. They had a manifesto that was supposed to be launched earlier this week. They postponed it. They're supposed to launch it later this week or tonight, I believe it is. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And even as they're about to launch their manifesto, whoops, we had the manifesto already.
Oh, Lord.
They're not ready. They're not ready. They're not ready for an election, and therefore they're not ready to govern. They're not ready to lead our country. They're not ready to take care of our youth. They're not ready to take care of our elderly. They're not ready to take care of our vulnerable. They're simply not ready. They're simply not ready. And therefore, on February 11th, we have to reject them for their unpreparedness, for their not being ready, because if you're not ready for an election, you cannot be ready to serve. You cannot be ready to carry our country forward. It's as simple as that. And I already told you on this campaign that this is a tale of two leaders. And when we compare not just the campaigns and the readiness of our campaign, the effectiveness of our campaign, the professionalism of our campaign, the quality and high standard of our campaign versus the unpreparedness of theirs, the lack of a campaign at all, and a cohesive and coherent campaign and message, it is chalk and cheese. But beyond that, when it comes to the leadership of this wonderful administration called the Barbados Labour Party government, we have in the person of Mia Amor Motley, one of the finest leaders across this globe right now, across the world, one of the finest leaders. And then you have in Ralph Thorne, someone that many of his candidates don't even speak to. Someone in Ralph Thorne who is very divisive. You saw how he went into the Democrat Labour Party and he just mashed up the place. People started calling him Wreck-It Ralph. Just mash up everything. Break up everything. And even as he broke up everything, he is not capable of bringing it back together. They're not ready yet. So in the Barbados Labour Party, you have an administration that for the last 7 years, from 2018 and going in now to the 8 years, you have an administration that has been serving you extremely and exceptionally well. And there's some projects that I want to highlight to you tonight before I vacate this space. Just this week, I went to a graduation ceremony for an initiative called Project Dawn, an initiative that's under the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment, led ably by Charles Griffith, our candidate for the Barbados Labour Party in St. John. And in Project Dawn, you have an initiative that allows our young people, specifically those who were maybe in the block life, those who were young but seeking opportunities, looking for a chance to be able to better navigate life. And we have ably leading that initiative a man by the name of Marcus Stevens. And he and his team went all throughout Barbados, from the north, the south, the east, and the west, going on every block, going into every corner, going into every community, and looking for young people that just wanted a chance. This Barbados Labour Party believes in giving our young people a chance. We believe in empowering our young people, enfranchising them, and giving them an opportunity to reach their fullest potential. This Barbados Labour Party, we don't just talk about young people and youth empowerment. We deliver youth empowerment for our young people. So Project Dawn is an initiative that does exactly that. 381 graduates walked across the stage and receive their certificates, their scrolls that represents their hard work and their dedication over several months. And now at the end of this program, they now have skills that they can employ to be entrepreneurs, that they can go forth and they can seize their own future, and they can chart a path to become successful citizens, productive citizens in this beautiful land of ours. Nail technology, makeup artistry, block work. I saw a young lady, I think she was the only one who is a mason and now trained in masonry. I mean, you heard her story. You heard that she's one young woman that's excited about masonry. She's excited about going and laying these blocks, a field that you would normally see men out doing. And this young lady, if you see a young woman, she's short. She real fine. This woman won't be a mason. She won't go up on top tall buildings and put down bricks. But she has a passion for it. And if it were not for Project Dawn, she would not have been able to realize that passion. She would not have been able to receive certification. She would not be able now to be a mason. I can go on anybody's job site. I can lay bricks. Project Dawn, giving hope to our young people. 381, and this was not the first cohort that was graduated, but this last one, 381 young people walked across the stage. And if you saw the pride in those young people's eyes, if you saw the pride in achievement, I'm sure many of them, if they came from where I came from, in Eden Lodge, they may have heard, man, you ain't gonna amount to nothing. I remember somebody telling me when I was a young man that one of these days I can see you on the side of the road as a vagrant. Somebody told me that you ain't gonna amount to nothing. Somebody told me you're gonna be on the side of the road as a vagrant. I grew up in Eden Lodge, 2G Nursery Lane, Eden Lodge, St. Michael to be exact. And somebody told me you can see one of these days on the side of the road as a vagrant. Well, I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. And they didn't expect me to be able to go where I went so far. And I know that many of those young people can identify with that went through Project Dawn. People may have said all sorts of negative things about them for their entire lives. But when I saw them walk across that stage the other night, and they came down, they shook their hands and they smiled and they came down. There was so much pride, there was so much excitement, because now they have a skill, they have a certificate, they have something behind their names, and they're excited to boldly go forward and to do great things. That is what this BLP administration is about. We are about empowering our young people. We're about enfranchising them. We're about giving them opportunities to reach their highest heights. That is this Barbados Labour Party administration. Another initiative that I think is worthy of high commendation is our Youth Advance Corps. We are accustomed, or we grew up hearing about the youth service. And the Youth Advance Corps has taken it to another level. And I'm so proud. Anytime I walk the streets of Bridgetown and I see our young people perfectly clad in their Youth Advance Corps uniforms, I'm always exceptionally proud when on Independence Day they form a part of the unarmed corps that marches around, whether it is Kingston, wherever it is, that we hold our Independence Day parade. I'm exceptionally proud to see these young people because in them I see pride as well. They have pride in themselves. And these are young people that now have the opportunity to be able to learn skills within a classroom setting, within a controlled environment. And in some cases, when they were in the school setting, they didn't have the level of interest in what was being taught in the classroom. But here we now have hundreds of young people who are excited to learn new things and to be able to embrace new knowledge. And not only that, being disciplined all the while, so that as they leave the Youth Advance Corps, they're now disciplined members of our society, making positive contributions. So whilst there are others out there that would like to highlight the young people that are doing negative things, we have in the Youth Advance Corps an opportunity to see so many of our young people that are doing positive things in this country. Another initiative led by this Barbados Labour Party administration over these last 7-8 years. I go on quickly to Construction Gateway. And I'm talking about some of these initiatives because your members of parliament would have had some hands and some dealings in some of these specific initiatives. And right now, as the minister responsible for training and tertiary education, the Honourable Sandra Husbands has responsibility for this Construction Gateway initiative and propelling it forward, started first by the Honourable Kay McConney. And again, we're targeting our young men and our young women to give them an opportunity to do something with their lives that is productive and positive. You have young men that are learning how, and women as well, who are learning how to operate as a skid steer. You have young men and young women who are learning the basics of carpentry. You have young men and young women who are learning the basics of electrical installation, photovoltaic installation, landscaping, whatever it is across the landscape of construction. Under the Construction Gateway initiative, our young people are being empowered to be entrepreneurs or to work for someone, a company out there that may be looking for those skills. Construction Gateway, again, empowering our young people to be able to reach their fullest potential. I was canvassing this evening and speaking to a gentleman in my constituency, and he was telling me, man, but we gotta do something for the young people, man. We gotta do something for the young people. We gotta find a program that would allow them to be able to get some skills. And he's going on, and I'm listening, and I'm listening. I'm listening to him because that's what I do, I listen. And then when he paused for a second, I said, okay, cool. So I hear what you're saying, and we're doing that. And I was able to then list off for him all of the various initiatives, including Construction Gateway. And when it was finished, he was saying, oh, so y'all then allow them to be able to have some mentorship and stuff like that, and apprenticeship, etc. I said, yes, we do. And he said, oh, and I could tell by the look on his face that he realized we had all of the boxes checked. Why? Because this Barbados Labour Party is not playing when it comes to our youth. We're trying to save as many of our young people and give them opportunities to be able to be productive citizens in this country. And Construction Gateway is another such initiative that allows our young people to learn valuable skills so they can become their highest and best self. Construction Gateway. And the last initiative that I would mention from this platform tonight relates to trust loans. Once again, an initiative under the Ministry of Business. The Trust Loans Fund. I have been in finance for most of my career. I started in the credit union, and the last place I was managing a credit union. So in between there, I did other things, but mostly in finance. And I can tell you that I have had the opportunity and the occasion to engage and interact with many citizens. Many persons who are seeking financial assistance, from mortgages to back-to-school loans to Christmas loans to simple finance, everything in between there, car loans, everything in between there. I've had the opportunity to counsel many people financially. And I must tell you that one of the biggest issues that I would have experienced, and I've also been a person who's been in the small business sector for many, many years, having served on the board of the Small Business Association, being a small business person myself, studying business at the highest levels as well. I understand and appreciate the nuances of business. And in most of my endeavors, I've had many opportunities to engage with people, and one of the biggest challenges that many small businesses have, not the only one, but one of the biggest challenges that many small businesses have is access to financing. So you have people out there who have corner shops. A small shop built onto the side of their house, and they want to sell sweeties, and they want to sell drinks, and they want to sell water, and they want to sell bread, and they want to sell sardines, and they want to sell whatever is needed for the community that they're serving. But they need some funding to be able to stock the shelves. And I can tell you that they would approach many of our financial institutions and they will be turned back because sometimes they're simply too small for the appetite and too risky for the appetite of some of our commercial financial institutions. So there needed to be a mechanism that was created. There needed to be something that would allow our people to be able, with a good idea, with a good small business, to be able to access a small fund, a small amount of money to be able to invest in their business. And this Barbados Labour Party, as forward-thinking and progressive and visionary as it is, said we are going to back our young people, we're going to back for them, and we're going to provide a trust loan fund. And the trust loan fund was created. It allows our people to have access to $5,000 up front, up to $5,000 up front. And I know people from my constituency that were able to go to the trust loan fund and get $3,000 or $2,500 and to be able to buy a power washing machine so that they could be able to start their car washing business or carry their car washing business to the next level. This is a Barbados Labour Party and a government that cares about investing in our people. And many, many persons have been able to access the trust loans over these years. Multi-millions of dollars have been disbursed to who? To you and to people looking like you. Whilst other people have access to financing of the highest levels out there, and it's easy for them to walk into any commercial bank and to ask for $1 million or to ask for $50,000 and they walk back up with the money in their hands. Many of our small business people in this country do not have that luxury. They cannot walk into a financial institution and even get $3,000. But you can walk into the trust loan fund and you can ask them for the $3,000 as an investment into your business, capital into your business, so that you can then take that business to the very next level. And this has been empowering and changing the lives of business people all over Barbados. A significant work. And we will continue that work as we go forward as an administration. And one final initiative in the area of health that I want to highlight tonight. We all know that there has been a challenge relative to mental health, even as we look at the post-COVID realities. COVID being what it was, causing us to have to separate from each other, causing us to have to be strained in our relationships, in some cases causing people to have to be financially strained as well, as they lost business endeavor, as they lost employment. COVID had a serious and negative effect on people all over the world. And post-COVID, in the mental health space, we have seen increases in the numbers of persons who are seeking mental health services. And I tell people all the time, all of us are on a mental health continuum. What that means is that all of us at some point in time will have something that may cause us to have a mental health crisis situation, and it can even evolve over time into having mental illness. All of us are on that continuum. And as the old people will say, today from you and tomorrow for me. Because you never know what situation may befall you that may trigger something in you and cause you to have severe depression, severe anxiety, or some other mental illness or mental challenge. So in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, recognizing that there was this significant increase in the number of persons that were seeking access to mental health services, we created what is called Lifeline Barbados. Lifeline Barbados is a 24/7 hotline that gives our people access to trained professionals. They can call anonymously and they can state the nature of their concern. They can share their heart with that person on the other line anonymously. And these persons are trained to be able to walk you through whatever that challenge is that you're facing, whatever that situation is that is befalling you or confronting you. And the mental health hotline has had thousands of persons, over 3,000 persons in the months that it has been made available to the people of Barbados. Well over 3,000 people have called that mental health hotline to be able to access mental health services when they needed it most. And I've said it before, these calls range from as simple as I just want somebody to talk to because I'm facing a difficult time, all the way through to persons who are having suicidal ideation. And we've been able through Lifeline Barbados to intervene in those persons' lives when they call. And I can guarantee you that the mental health hotline, Lifeline Barbados, has been responsible for saving the lives of many people. Saving the lives of many Barbadians, especially our young people. So ladies and gentlemen, this is not a Barbados Labour Party that's about joking or playing. This is a Barbados Labour Party that is serious about doing serious work on behalf of our country. And even as I mentioned that, if you have our manifesto, and I hope that each of you have it, and you turn to page 57, it speaks to our young people again. And this is our covenant with our young Bajans. Recognizing that Barbados, we're an aging society, but we have so many young people who are coming up who are looking for hope and looking for an opportunity in this Barbados, in the land of their birth. And we're going to invest in the well-being of our young people and in the quality of their life by ensuring that their mental well-being is well taken care of. We're going to scale our youth-friendly mental health access, including safer spaces to talk and to heal, as well as better training for our teachers within our education system. And I believe that Chad Blackman, when he comes, he will speak more about education transformation and what we are seeking to do to ensure that this educational system works for all. Every child, Barbados. And here we're promising you that we're going to give you creative expression, ensuring that our orange economy and the young people who crave that space where they can express themselves culturally, we're going to give them the space. And we're already doing it. We're doing it already, and we have the spaces that have been created for them. Carrie Fester House has been created for them to give them expression to their cultural interests. We're going to have the development of youth-centered hubs. In addition to that, we're going to ensure that in our Senate, that we're going to expand our youth representation. In our manifesto, we have given you the assurance that of every constituted Senate, 3 persons within there from the Barbados Labour Party will be under the age of 40 years old. Once again, we believe in our young people, we trust our young people, and we're investing in our young people and giving them the chance to speak their mind and to give their voices in Barbados, in our Senate. In addition, we're asking our cabinet to be able to review resolutions that come forward from our youth parliament as well. This is not a government that's just talking about giving our young people voice. This is a government that is creating mechanisms through which those voices can be heard, and where their voices and their ideas and their recommendations and suggestions can actually take shape in forming policy in our nation. We're giving our young people a space, giving them an opportunity so that they can carve and be firm craftsmen of their faith. We're establishing a special global Young Bajans Fund that would ensure that every single Barbadian before the age of 21 has the opportunity to travel and to experience things outside of the 166 square miles of Barbados. And I must tell you that that is an exciting opportunity for young people, because there are many Barbadians who have never stepped foot off this island. And because of that, their perspective is sometimes limited to what they see right here. And we as a government say we want to invest in you as young people. We want to give you the opportunity to go outside of Barbados and to see life operating, to see the world operating, so that when you come back to Barbados, your perspective is enlightened and you can then invest in our future here in Barbados and craft a better Barbados for all. So it's a simple initiative, but allowing our young people to be able to see something bigger than their environs, their immediate environs, is a tremendous investment, and it will allow them to be able to help us to move forward as a country. So, ladies and gentlemen, your Barbados Labour Party has been working hard on your behalf. We have a tremendous red book, the red record, that allows you to see from A to Z several of the hundreds of initiatives that we have been able to establish on your behalf. Significant transformative initiatives and programs that have been driving Barbados to the next level. Having taken Barbados from the brink of destruction in 2018, we are now living in Barbados that is completely transformed. A Barbados that looks different, feels different, is different from when we were under the grip of the Democratic Labour Party, under the foot of the Democratic Labour Party. And now we have moved that foot and we are now rising to new heights as a country, rising to new heights as a people under the Barbados Labour Party government. So on February the 11th, ladies and gentlemen, the choice is very clear. You want to vote for progress. You want to vote for continued advancement of our country. You want to vote for an administration that continues to put our young people first. You want to vote for an administration that continues to invest in our people and drive this country forward. You want to vote for the Barbados Labour Party candidates in St. James. You want to vote for Kerry Simmons in St. James Central. In St. James North, you want to vote for Chad Blackman. And in St. James South, where we are, you want to vote for Sandra Husbands and all of the candidates of the Barbados Labour Party. Vote on February the 11th. Get out and vote. Vote for me and more money to be the next Prime Minister and to continue the great work leading our country forward. Thank you, God bless you, and good night.
When things happen, he ain't here for sure. We keeping it real with Ishmael. Come on, let me go. Intellect you will see. Sensitive to your needs. Honest, decent, and not. Make sure you get results. Attentive and he will show. Eager and ready to go. Loves his community and that is why you will see. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. No reason to think twice. Ishmael is the people's choice. Keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. No reason to think twice. Ishmael is the people's choice. Working for the people, that's what he's come here to do. You best believe Davidson will be here for you. He's ready to work through storms and take you to brighter days. We keeping it real with Ishmael. Listen what we say. Intellect you will see. Sensitive to your needs. Honest, decent, and not. Make sure you get results. Attentive and he will show.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for your next representative for St. Michael North, Chad Blackman. I see St. Michael North in the house. Let me hear you. St. Michael North. Okay. All right. Special welcome to those from St. James North, St. James South, and St. James Central in the house. Labour Party family, how are you? How you feeling? How are you feeling, Labour Party? I can't hear you. I am feeling good. I bring you greetings from Christchurch East, where my candidate is Wilfred Abrams. Ladies and gentlemen, the Barbados Labour Party is confident. But we must not rest on our laurels. Neither shall we be complacent. But tonight, we mount this platform here in West Terrace in support of the 3 St. James candidates. And we are proud of Barbados Labour Party. We are very proud Barbados Labour Party. We are proud because we have a record. We have a record. We have a record to stand on. We have a list of achievements that we can boast and we can show off. The other side, not so. So, ladies and gentlemen, we come here to show off our achievements. And we also come here because we have a vision. We have a vision in our manifesto. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are a proud Labour Party, a mature Labour Party. And we come here tonight to ask for your vote. But tonight is not a night for a lot of long talk. We have a proud record. We have achievements. And we can boast. And tonight, one of our speakers is a man who I know from Christchurch, who is proud to represent the residents of St. James North. And at present, he's part of the strong leadership team necessary for these changing times. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you the man who's heading up our educational reform, Chad Blackman.
This one for the future, let we go. From the world back home to the parish we love. Global mind, but he are still here with us. Boardroom talks, international planes. Now we bringing them lesson back home again. Young, vibrant, sharp, vision clear. Listen to the people, every voice he hear. Not all politics is a brand new way. Action, energy, no let we say. Progressing, we steps up in we voice. St. James North, no we
Good
make the
evening,
right
good
choice.
evening. Good evening, West Terrace. Good evening, St. James South. Good evening, St. James Central. And to my people, good evening to St. James North. It is very good to be here in St. James as we continue to mount the platform for campaign 2026. St. James, of course, as we say, riding strong. And I stand proud as a team with Kerry and Sandra, who have and continue to ensure that we can do right by the people of these 3 constituencies that make up the parish of St. James. And this evening I want to first thank, of course, the constituents of St. James North, who just 8 months ago in 2025 in May would have sent me to Parliament as their representative. And notwithstanding that I've been able to do some significant things in my life, to this day that remains my most singular honor to have been elected by the people of the great constituency of St. James North. And I continue to thank you, and I continue to thank God for the strength that he gives me every day to be able to work on their behalf. And therefore, this Wednesday represents another opportunity for the people of St. James North to give me the chance to start the work that I've started over the last 8 months. And I want to start there because part of what I'm going to do this evening is just share with you very briefly some of the things that I've been able to achieve in the 8 short months since the last by-election. And also to ask for that mandate again to continue the work done. You would recall last year in 2025 in the by-election, I would have come to the residents and constituents of St. James North and spoken about the nexus between the tourism belt and the fact that St. James North is both urban and rural, agricultural, and it has really all of the ingredients
for what the future of our country can and should look like in terms of development. And as a result of that fact, I would have presented to the people of St. James North a number of strategic initiatives to build out the capacity of the people. And one of those initiatives that, to my mind, is a powerful one and has resonated and still resonates with people is the agricultural cooperative, which allows for farmers and persons in agriculture to be able to now, for the first time, not just pool together their goods, but now to have a single branding that they can put together all of what they produce and sell not just locally in St. James, but across Barbados, and in phase 2, exportation to the Caribbean and beyond. And I'm happy to report this evening, St. James and Barbados, not only have we started and registered the cooperative in this country, but it is now working now on behalf and with the farmers in St. James North. In addition to that, I would have held an agricultural forum at the Gordon Greenwich Primary School, where we had just over 110 persons who came together to focus on the future of agriculture in the constituency, not just with respect to produce and farming, but looking at the business of agriculture itself. But out of that forum, we spoke about the fact that this country, and most of you would recall, whatever product that has aloe vera in it, whether it's soap, whether it's shampoo, you name it, you look at the back of the product, and those of you at home and online, I want you to check this. Every product around the world that has aloe vera in it, at the back you would see 2 words in Latin, aloe barbadensis, which means Bajan aloe, Barbados aloe. And what we are going to now do, and it was said at the forum at Gordon Greenwich Primary School, is to create in St. James North, the St. James North Aloe Vera Project. Little did I know that would have been picked up by Cooperative News, the largest platform for cooperatives in the United Kingdom and the world. And they have now referenced the project that we are doing in St. James North. And as a result of it, a number of persons from around the world have reached out to us and say we not only want to partner with the residents in St. James North in the growing of aloe, but we want to now help you with exporting and tying what they grow with the international community and business. This is a promise I made to ensure that I use my international experience and skills to benefit the people of St. James North. As I said, all of these things have been done in 8 months. In addition, a number of things, of course, had to be addressed and continue to be addressed with respect to housing. There are a number of houses that needed to be fixed and repaired, and I am happy to report that since May until now, 35 houses have been done in St. James North on behalf of the people. In addition, roads have been done, not just during the campaign last year, I'm talking about after. All of this is after I've been elected in the constituency. And we will continue to ensure that the road infrastructure in the constituency is fit for purpose so that the people can continue with their lives. My intention is also to ensure now that we further build out the relationship that we have not just with our young people, but the elderly. Because why? Our elderly, they have not just the intellect, but the knowledge of the past. And they've gone through a number of experiences that our country and our future we must have at our fingertips. And we will continue with the recording of all of the knowledge that they have through different interviews and sitting with them, so that even when God calls them home, that future generations will forever have the ability to tap into the knowledge. Why is it important? If we're to take our country forward, there are lessons that would have been learned and experienced from those who have gone before us, so as to ensure that we can build in a strategic way whilst not losing the very essence of who we are as a Barbadian people. And I want to use this occasion to thank all of those who've gone before us and laid the very foundation on which we stand on and enjoy. Thank you very much for what you continue to do. Thank you for what you've done, and we owe a debt to you, the people. But in addition, Thank you very much, my brother. But in addition, one of the things that I've started, being cognizant that this country, in our motto, and even further, we talk about the fact in our anthem that the Lord has been the people's guide for past 300 years. With him still on the people's side, we have no doubts or fears. And whilst that is part of the anthem when we sing it every time, we believe in St. James North, and I certainly believe as a member of parliament and a person seeking re-election as a member of parliament, that God must continue to guide our people. And for the first time, I would have written to every head of every single church in St. James North, pastor and reverends, to invite them to now have for the first time the St. James North Spiritual Advisory Committee, working with the Member of Parliament, not only to provide spiritual guidance to the MP, but to help also build out the capacity of their own constituents in churches and groups on a number of strategic issues. Mothers who are struggling in single-parent homes, advice. There are a lot of young people and adults who may be going through trials and tribulations that they may need a comforting ear. Yes, as an MP, you have access and work with these people, but there's something in our history about our people and God. Our people and God. And therefore, as I said, St. James North will continue to be a beacon of excellence, not just in Barbados, but as an example for development of local communities across the world. This is the ambition of our people, and we will continue to work with them. But this evening is not only to speak about St. James North. It is to also ensure that on Wednesday, we not only go out to vote for the Barbados Labour Party, a party that continues to stand the test of time and to work on behalf of the people in Barbados, but it is also about ensuring that we continue the journey led by the best Prime Minister this country has ever seen. The Honorable Mia Moore-Motley, a woman who stands tall, not just in our country and our region, but across the world. A lady who said, "Give me the vote and watch me" in 2018, at a time when our country was on the brink of disaster, at a time when our economy was weeks away from topping over. And you gave her the vote and the confidence, and the first thing she did was to get to work on behalf of this great country and our people. Not just to save the economy, but to save all that we had come to enjoy as a people, so as to ensure that the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years had a foundation that we could then build upon after we restored. So said, so done. Along the way, of course, we all know that there were some challenges on the international community level. We had the pandemic, and of course, after stabilizing the economy, we then had to stabilize the economy again because of COVID. And for 3 years, a lot of the things that we wanted to do, we could not do. But equally, what is so incredible about all of this is that despite the fact that we had to go to an IMF program to stabilize the economy and to put the country on an even keel to go forward, we were able to do what? Buy buses. Buy buses in circumstances where the previous Democratic Labour Party administration didn't give two hoots about that. We were able to buy garbage trucks to ensure that the garbage collection in our country can be fit for purpose. It is not just about collecting garbage, it is also about ensuring that the place is clean and that you minimize or eradicate issues of public health outbreaks because of garbage. All under an IMF program. Huh? You also had a situation where 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 salary increases. This is a party which understands the importance of stabilization, resilience, and growth. And that is why you've heard over the last week, since we've launched our manifesto in particular, that this journey now is not only about resilience building, it is about helping now the country now to launch forward into the future in development and prosperity and inclusive growth for every Barbadian, irrespective of where you live, who you worship, where you go to school. This country must now see its mission as the future development of Barbados and the region. And I therefore want to ask the question, what is the singular thing? What is the singular thing, St. James and Barbados, that will drive this generation of Barbadans to be able to focus and say, this is what we are working towards as a nation? Because what you do when you have that goalpost as a collective, irrespective of where you are in life, which station you are in life, whatever your career is, your passion is, all will be working towards that one destination and ensuring that Barbados can be the #1 in the world in every single thing that we do. And when you look, therefore, at this manifesto, it presents the perfect opportunity for us as a nation, 60 years this year as an independent nation, 5 years as a republic, to be able to say we've done well for 60 years. We've had some challenges, we've had a lot of opportunities. Maybe we could have done this or that a bit differently. But we must now have the confidence to be able to look well into the future and beyond, long after many of us have gone from this earth, and to use the manifesto, our collective will, our experience, our education, our skills, to be able to put Barbados well into the future and firmly rooted as a nation that the world respects and looks to and admires. And this is not just for Barbadians here. This is for every Bajan across the world. So whether you're in New York or Miami or in London or Toronto or Geneva or Venezuela, it does not matter. Every Bajan must now see this time as a time for us now to leap forward into the future, working hand in hand with the government of Barbados as we go forward. And when you look at the restructuring of the future, and I say that deliberately, how do we restructure Barbados to ensure that we can put Barbados on a firm footing in the future? It therefore requires that we reform the key institutions that provide stability and growth. And education, therefore, is one of those major planks in which we must attend to. And when you look at the manifesto, you would see a number of strategic things that will allow for us to build out, not just now, but well into the future of where we need to go. And when you look, for example, at the knowledge-based economy, Barbados is not a country with any large deposits of oil or natural resources. We are no military power. We have no large set of landmass. We have a large ocean. But our comparative advantage and competitive advantage and our superpower and strength is that our people historically have and continue to be brilliant minds at whatever they put their mind to do. And therefore, all of the global challenges around the world require solutions that must be solved, put together to solve them. And when you look at education, both formal and informal, traditional knowledge, how do you get an entire country now to rally around the idea that there is a problem in the world that you as a Bajan or a group of Bajans can solve? And that is why in the manifesto, will be a creation of a fund that will allow for students to conceive ideas that will solve problems for both Barbados, the region, and the world. What you're doing is to create an appetite in this generation and future generations to be solvers of problems in the world. And why is this also important? It cannot be that in 2026 and beyond, in the second quarter of the 21st century, that we continue to only take, by and large, solutions that were created outside of this region or Barbados. The same way our counterparts and brothers and sisters in Asia and Africa and Europe can have major intellectual property and ideas that we will consume either as goods or services. Barbadians must have the confidence, anchored by research, anchored by the ability to solve those problems, working with peers as well to put these now center in motion going forward. And that is why we're moving more and more in the education system away from simply having exams into project-based learning. And what do I mean? Young people must be able to work with each other in school and across schools to be able to solve global problems. That is why I'm so proud to be part of a team when last year, through her vision, we have the Oceania Hub, which is now on Bay Street. You see it when you go there, the former coastal zone facility, where young students in our country come together from all walks of life at the secondary school level in their different uniforms, working together in a single space to see how can we maximize the ocean, how can we solve issues with respect to climate, all in one space. And you know what is remarkable about it? Country after country after country across the region continue to fly into Barbados to use that facility with our students to be able to now unlock the future of ocean and how do we treat to these things of sustainability and development and climate. This is the future of education. This is the future of Barbados. And therefore now the reimagination at age 60 allows for us to have that level of confidence to think for the next 60 years. And this manifesto, you would realize, isn't only talking about the next political cycle in the next 5 years. Yes, part of it is that. But this manifesto has been crafted to look at the future of Barbados in a world that continues to change at pace, in a world that continues to change in a way that is highly unpredictable. And therefore, our young people and our people generally must have the skills of adaptability, critical thinking, to be able to forecast and adapt in any circumstance. But I also want to touch very briefly on the history and legacy of the Labour Party and being able to think down the road and around the corner. In 1994, 1995, 1996, the year 2020 would have been what, 25 years from that period. And you would remember at the time the then Minister of Education was who? Our now Prime Minister Mia Moore-Motley, who had the vision and foresight on EduTech. You remember? She had the vision and the foresight to think down the road and around the corner. And at the time, many persons, not all, but many persons scoffed at the idea, what you're talking about, what's the need for this? And had we continued government from 2008 in that period, can you imagine where we would have been when COVID hit, when all of our learning had to now take place online? Students online, teachers online, parents had to help their children with homework online. Therefore, it tells you that the uncertainty of the future requires us to now look ahead and ask ourselves, where do you anticipate the world to be in many respects? And how do you bridge that gap between where it possibly can be and where you are here, and to fill that gap through building out capacity, infrastructure, and enabling our people to pivot irrespective of what comes before you. But the best way to create the future St. James and Barbados, I repeat, the best way to create the future is to ensure that you lay the foundations for where you want it to go. In other words, this is where we want to go. These are the steps that we would take to get there. And part and parcel of that, as I've said before, as you can see in the manifesto, is also to ensure that our young people have the opportunity to be exposed to the world. Exposure is key. And you will see in the manifesto that there is an initiative which will allow our students to tap into a fund to be able to travel the world whilst being students for a month or so, not to shop, but to go to areas where you can learn new cultures, the business climate in that place, infrastructure, learning modalities in terms of punctuality. Because why? Let's face it, Bajans. If you say 10 o'clock, it means 10 o'clock. And if we're to be competitive now and into the future, 10 o'clock means 10 o'clock, 9:30 means 9:30. I remember when I was ambassador in Switzerland, the culture is this. If you say you're going to meet at 9:30 and you get there at 9:31, 9:32, the person that you would have met with has long gone. Long gone, because why? Everything runs on time. And yes, of course, we're island, and there's this thing called island time. But in the real world and business, if we're to prepare our people, we must also help our young people to understand cultures and how they work. Because why? They're good examples that we can also incorporate into our culture. Because why? We are creating a new Barbados for a new world. And it therefore allows then that by the time these children have come back to Barbados after traveling for a month and learning new things, they also have relationships that they would have formed whilst being there. I remember when I was CARICOM Youth Ambassador years ago, a lot of the persons that you see across the region today in public life and politics and in business started with me when we were in our early 20s, and the relationships are solid, and it helps countries to develop not just relationships, but to be able to work with each other as you build out new capacities. Can you imagine, therefore, if every young person from age 14, 15 can do that? And we continue to do that over the next 10 years, 20 years. The Barbadian of the future will be a Barbadian who is not only multilingual, but will be confident and has the values of critical thinking, excellence, being able to navigate circumstances. And thus, when you go any part of this globe, they will say, wow, there goes a Bajan. That is the Bajan way. And it continues to allow us to have pride and industry. This manifesto is about preparing us for the future. A future which requires Barbados to lead. And we must continue to have the confidence not only to lead in public politics and global affairs, but in every endeavor that our mind can conceive. Barbados, and it's very interesting that we're having this meeting tonight, just a stone's throw away from the University of the West Indies Caveville campus. I strongly believe that we must reposition, and you will see it in the manifesto, as a hub where the world can come and test their ideas, backed by all of the infrastructure necessary, intellectual and otherwise, so that we become a space where the brightest minds from Africa, North America, Europe, Latin America, the Caribbean, come to Barbados, enjoy some sun and sea and sand and a little Bajan rum. But at the same time, you're learning. And therefore, it is not only about the rebuilding of schools, yes, which are either between 50 years old to 200 years old at the primary and secondary levels, but Barbados itself as a jurisdiction is the future of what education looks like. Both in terms of how the classrooms are shaped, but as well as how we teach our children, the values that we teach our children. And it is therefore one of the reasons why we're going to ensure that at the secondary level, no longer as extracurricular, but built into the co-curricular aspect of our schools, that our young people must participate in activities of either uniform activities or service clubs. Because before you leave school, you must understand how organizations work, the values of organizations, being able to navigate with your fellow young person. And by the time you leave school, therefore, we're creating an ecosystem that puts this country on firm footing now and into the future. And therefore, when you look at where this manifesto and the Barbados Labour Party is asking to take you and asking you to continue to give us the opportunity to serve you through governance in this country, you must be proud. Conversely, you have a Democratic Labour Party that continues to show you its hand. And they always say, if somebody shows you who they are, believe them. Believe them. Last night in Deacon's Farm, I spoke to the fact that not only are they having competitions in themselves that is not wholesome to the party with respect to manifesto and who's going to do this and do that, there's no cohesion, but I would have recalled to those who were listening there and those online that when I was in the Senate, I saw something that will never go out of my mind. In Errol Barrow's party, now led by Ralph Thorne, Ralph Thorne decided that he was going to take a group of candidates and supporters of the Democratic Labour Party through Swan Street. This was either the end of 2024 or early 2025. And the one person who refused to walk with them, because he said, I am not walking about behind Ralph Thorne, was Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters. And what was amazing about that is that that split not only continued, but you would see up to this morning that Ryan Walters did not enjoy his leader coming to support him down in his constituency that he wants to run for. And only after last night being pointed out, this morning you will see Ralph Thorne pretending to walk behind Ryan Walters, giving him a little church hug from the side, not even a genuine hug. We can see through what is happening there. And if you cannot get your affairs in order now, you cannot run a country. This is not a play thing. This is about the lives of 300,000 people who depend on leaders to get it right even before we start. And you know what's sad about it? Talk what you like. Our Barrow contributed significantly to this country. And Ralph Thorne has now reduced our Barrow's party, not even now to a pressure group. It is not a serious institution. And Bajans come up to me constantly and colleagues and say, you know, it is sad. Because why? That party was a serious party. And that is why you continue to see so many persons who traditionally supported the other party are now rallying behind Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. You only need to even talk to Tyra and Michael, and they will tell you the foolishness that happens in that party since Ralph Thorne has gone over. So all the charades and the foolishness, they need to stop it. And they can attack our leader as much as they like. They can try to resurrect David Eswick as much as they like, because he has not changed his spots. In 2018, he came to the country cursing people. You lost. In 2022, he came and cursed the Barbados Labour Party and in particular the women, and you lost. And you would have thought, St. James, you would have thought that he would have learned. But he got on stage and calling people words that I am not going to repeat on this platform, because my mother, who used to send me Sunday school every Sunday, will be ashamed of me. And I say to you, David Eswick, come to the country and apologize. Come to the country and apologize. And as I said before, be not deceived, for God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And we have made it clear, you've realized on this campaign, from the time we started until now, the Labour Party is bringing serious policies to people. We ain't insulting nobody, we ain't cursing nobody. Because why? People and the electorate have said those days of that type of politics gone through the editors. People want to hear real substance. People want to hear real advancement of their plight for people. And this is a platform all across Barbados which will continue to show you the future and how we must work together as a people doing so. And therefore, I'm happy to be part of that team. If once you give us the chance, come Wednesday, to be able to build out the infrastructure of our country, not just economically and physically, but also mending the social fabric in Barbados. To be able to say, look, let us put aside all of our differences and to be able to focus on the future. Countries in Asia, that's what they do. Whether it's China, or Japan, South Korea, doesn't matter. There is a singular focus on a destination, and we marshal each other for the common good. And therefore, I want to encourage every single member of this constituency to first of all continue with my sister, Sandra Husbands, and to give her the opportunity to continue the work, not just in St. James, but the work that she does across the country. And in St. James Central, my big brother, Kerry Simmons, who continues to work on behalf of the people of St. James Central. And I ask you, the people of St. James North, a loved one of bad, to give me the opportunity, through the will of God and through your vote, to work on your behalf for another 5 years. On your behalf. And I simply want to say to you, God bless this country, God bless our Prime Minister, and God bless every citizen and resident of Barbados. Good night, and God bless you.
St. James North is one forward, we chat, we move ahead, wave them red Barbados, let the future spread young blood. Strong plan, global view. St. James North, this one for you. Crowd. Forward with child. Every move ahead. Everybody chants. Yeah, he conquer the world. Learn now how things roll. Now we home building Barbados strong.
Let's say one more time for Chad Blackman. Yeah. I said it in Eden Lodge, and I'll say it here. You know, we come to meetings and we talk, we have fellowship, but I really do believe that these are conversations, engagement, where you get a chance to hear respective candidates. You get a chance to hear about the plans of the Barbados Civil Party. Yeah, we poke some fun and all that, but this is serious business. And this serious business will continue right up until Tuesday the 10th. When we meet as one big Barbados Civil Party family, ready to go to the polls, ready to return the Barbados Civil Party to office, to continue the work and the stewardship. Barbados Civil Party, are you ready and ready? Yeah. Now Chad spoke and he took you down the line as it relates to aspects of education and education transformation. And he referred to the manifesto. You recognize that that was his pronunciation. Manifesto. There was a lot of confusion after last night's presentation and discovery of the Democratic Labour Party manifesto. They get all vexed and angry and confused and everything because they said the Prime Minister had no right to leak their manifesto.
Oh, Lord.
But that is not the reason why they should get vexed. Tell them to get vexed with the leader. Tell them to get vexed with the leader who cannot organize a meeting. Just how much is a token? How much is a token? Huh? Well, good Lord, man. Get vexed with that. Get vexed with the leader when he put out the stewards and those who have given their stomach and their belly and passion to the Democratic Labour Party. Get vexed with that. Get vexed with all the infighting that is going on within the Democratic Labour Party. Get vexed with that. Don't get vexed because of your manifesto. Barbados Labour Party family, this is serious business. We've been meeting night after night, taking in the night dew, the little liquor, the food, but the message and the conversations. And we are preparing you for Wednesday 11th. Our next speaker, you may or may not know that his is a strong talent, a choir boy to be exact, a voice like a gold, let's refer to it as a golden voice. You may or may not know of his exploits as a cricketer and also an administrator as far as cricket is concerned. You may or may not know that I think I was his Sunday school teacher. I remember him in Sunday school. He was a student, I was a teacher. I'm not going anywhere with that. Don't question how old I am. Don't question how old he is. Leave it at that. But I will tell you, and I'm sure you all know of his passion for the beautiful parish of St. Thomas. A parish that he would represent in the Parliament of Barbados because you, the constituents of St. Thomas, have seen it necessary and right to ensure his vote and his representation. Barbados Labour Party family, I want you to give a warm, warm welcome to none other than candidate for St. Thomas, my Sunday school student, Gregory Nichols.
We taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Now is the time. We taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, yes, we
Barbados Labour Party
taking it.
family, Gregory Nichols, St. Thomas, let me hear you.
St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, because he for the people, yes, he for the people. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, because he for the people, yes, he for the people. St. Thomas, we
Good night
moving forward.
to all of you, especially those of you who have come out in such a wonderful, wonderful crowd here this evening. And I want to shout out all of those people who are watching online, especially my daughter who is overseas. We are 4 days away from an election. And today, the people of the country have had the presentation of the Barbados Labour Party's record in your name, a record of service presented to you. We have unveiled our manifesto, which contains the projects that we have designed to take this country forward. It contains a record of all the things that we are doing currently and will continue to do in your name. All of the things that should be up are up, and all of the things that are down should be down. Debt down, unemployment down, foreign reserves up, unemployment down. So we're seeing the economy start to grow over the last 3 to 4 years, projected to continue to grow. But what I want to share with you this evening is that this manifesto does not only speak about economic growth, my friends. It speaks about an important concept called the development of the Barbadian society. Economic development. It speaks about how we can make this country more resilient, how we can diversify our economy, build out capacity beyond our major sectors, led by tourism and international business, to give opportunities for Barbadians all across the diaspora to participate in the transformation that is underway. I am proud to be a part of this team led by Mia Motley, to come to you in the name of the Barbados Labour Party, my friends, to take this country forward. It is the mission of this Barbados Labour Party to do so. We have had challenging times, but we have weathered through the storms. We've had difficult moments, but we have faced those difficulties up front. And we will continue to govern in your name if you give us the vote on Wednesday. The people don't have anything to match or record with, because with 4 days to go in the general election, the Dems have not yet unveiled their manifesto. That is the state of disarray. And that is the state of the Democratic Labour Party when they were in government under Stuart and even under Sandy in years gone by. You have, therefore, to make a deliberate choice as to who should govern you. You have to decide where Barbados is going to go and who is going to take you there. You have to make a determination as to what you value as a people. We have pledged a covenant with the people of Barbados. We don't abandon our manifesto pledges like the Dems have done. We take our mission to make Barbados strong, Bajan strong. Tonight, my friends,
I want to invite you to examine seriously, where do you want Barbados to go after Wednesday, and who do you want to take you there? The Democratic Labour Party, my friends, is an untested bunch of individuals who ran down to George Street seeking political opportunity and fame. None of them have given any public service in any civic or community organizations of note. A lot of them cannot speak the language of transformation. They don't understand the challenges that we face. Our Prime Minister is perhaps the most transformational leader leading any country in the Caribbean and perhaps in the developing world today. She is respected and she commands respect. She doesn't have to demand it like how Ralph Thorne acts. He demands things, but she commands attention and respect. She challenges established norms and customs in our name and in the names of small countries like ours. She believes that Barbados, as an independent Republican state, that the key value should be the confidence and the pride of our people coming to the fore. Not a Barbadian people who are dependent or who are afraid. We step out into the world stage and into world forum and demand that you recalibrate how you treat foreign aid, investment, and international financial loans and assistance to developing countries. She goes to the world and says, we have to deal with the warming of the planet. And she's instrumental in the creation of the Green Climate Fund. No other prime minister has had to deal with climate resilience as part of the mandate of governing this country, like how we have to do it. So you have heard me speak about the debt for nature swaps, climate swaps, disaster relief pauses on loans, so that if we are hit by a hurricane, the intensification of which we have seen in recent years have come back to our shores. These things are real. But imagine going to an international financial institution and being able to negotiate that we will not have to pay a cent on interest in those loans for 2 years if we were hit by a hurricane, because you have to give a country like Barbados the opportunity to catch back itself. That is leadership on a global scale. Our Prime Minister is a woman that believes in the cause of justice and fairness and equity. You've seen us reform laws and legislation in this country, taking Victorian laws that treat to children, that treat to vendors, that treat to all kinds of civic things that were offenses, now into administrative penalties under the Road Traffic Act. This is a woman that is interested in transforming our criminal justice system, expunging the records of people who have to look for work to support their families. When they have committed crimes 20 or 30 years ago, 10, 20, 15 years ago, have served their time, have come back out, but have a long stain on a record when they have come out and have done no wrong. That is about building a just society, an inclusive society. You've seen us transform the law in relation to child justice. You've seen us deal with the disabilities that people have to suffer through, changing the outlook at how government treats to those people in a serious way. And I want to say from this stage, I commend Kurt Humphrey on the work that he has done in building out the social services sector and modernizing it. No longer will young girls have to be charged with a nebulous charge of wandering and sent to reformatory schools. That law has been abolished, my friends. It was a Victorian law from the 1800s that remained too long on our statute books. You've seen the transformation taking place in our education sector. You've seen the plans that Chad has spoken to you about to change an education system that was designed by an Anglican bishop in the 1800s that said that our educational system was to promote muscular Christian people. That has to go. Because the world that we live in, my friends, requires all of our children to be given the chance to become global citizens. Only on Thursday, I happened to attend the graduation of Project Dawn. It was a wonderful event. Over 378 Barbadians graduated from Project Dawn. People graduated from nail techs, hair extensions, carpentry, driving a backhoe or bobcat, masonry, plumbing, gardening and landscaping. Barbadians, 378 people who would have, most of them, gone through our school system coming out with any certifications, any qualifications. But now getting a chance to be trained by the community college, the Polytechnic, Vocational Training Board. I saw a video of a young man who was washing cars in Nelson Street in the hot sun with a bucket. Now has a small business with a tent, pressure washer, and all of the gadgets and equipment, and transforming that little business. That is what building the capacity of our people is about. That is what building a just society and a fair society is about. That is what transforming the society and the laws that regulate people's behavior are not only laws to lock up people, but we pass laws to enfranchise, to take a system that may look at people harshly, but to give them a second chance, to feel that they're part of a society like you and I live in, that does not judge them from where they came from or what misfortune had befallen them in their past. That is what inclusiveness is about. That is a value that Mia Motley champions here in Barbados, and when she represents us overseas. Inclusiveness rather than fragmentation, rather than isolating people because of where they live, where they come from. That is what building out a society means. And this government will continue, my friends, if we are given the opportunity to deal with elder care. You heard the Prime Minister said that when she called the election, Kurt Humphrey was about to lay a bill, a new piece of legislation dealing with elder care, because on our demographic projections, 1 in 2 Barbadians in 20 years will be over the age of 65. We have to deal with how we treat elder care in a more comprehensive way. And you will see in this manifesto provisions to build out an elder care facility in St. Philip. I'm grateful for the one that will start this next fiscal year at Edgehill, St. Thomas, and one at Olders Glen in St. George. I'm grateful for this government refurbishing the outpatient clinic at Rock Hall, St. Thomas, to ensure that the primary healthcare facilities are upgraded. And this manifesto speaks, my friends, to rebuilding the polyclinic at Warrens, the Eunice Gibson Polyclinic at Warrens, and the Randall Phillip Polyclinic in St. Philip. Also, to refurbish and upgrade 8 other polyclinics in Barbados. You want to know why? The QEH is a tertiary healthcare facility. And a lot of the pressures that it is put under, especially at the accident and emergency department, is as a result of people going there for what really should be primary healthcare concerns. That is why this manifesto speaks to the expansion of the 24-hour care at our polyclinics. And we have to get there. We have to build out the capacity of our young people to pursue careers in nursing. Because every time that we train nurses, we are not only training nurses for our Barbadian clinics and hospitals, our nurses are being poached. Even the ones we bring from Ghana are being poached. This manifesto speaks to training in nursery auxiliary services, elder care services, building out the capacity of ordinary people. That is transformation, my friends. That is building a fair and just and equitable society. That is the mission of the Barbados Labour Party. And we will take the arrows and all the slings and shots that are thrown in our direction. But our mission is to make this country win. I keep saying, Barbados must win. And where do we have to go to win? You get to make that determination, my friends. You get to determine who takes you there. That is the importance of the task that lies ahead on Wednesday. It is an important task because if you listen to the Democratic Labour Party and vote for a strong opposition, you very well might get the Democratic Labour Party in government again. So all of the things that have gone up, like the foreign reserves and the economy growing and people working, will come down. Because if you look at any of the promises that they have made, they have not told you how they are going to pay for them. And all of the economists, from the central bank governor to the dean of the faculty of the social sciences at the UWI, have told you that a reduction of VAT, as promised by the Dems, will not automatically reduce the cost of living. But you know what the central bank governor said in the report that he delivered 2 weeks ago? The cost of living is going down. Inflation is going down. But we live in a world that we don't control all of the things that impact on the prices that we have to pay for the goods and services we consume. Water levels dropping in the Panama Canal means that shipping from Asia to this part of the world becomes more expensive. Wars disrupt supply chains. Wars disrupt the projections in the price of oil. These things we don't control. But you have seen this government only in the last week open up an agricultural training institute in St. Lucie to build resilience and capacity to ensure that we can make our food security a real thing. That is a government that is concerned about your welfare. You've seen the facility in Jukes that will soon be completed, similarly to the one in St. Lucie, Jukes St. Thomas. That is a government that is working for you. Don't let them fool you when they tell you that agriculture is suffering under the Barbados Labour Party, because part of the economic growth that we have seen is as a result of a 13% increase in agricultural output in the last year. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen by serendipity. It didn't happen because somebody twinkle the nose or wave the fingers and say abracadabra. It happened because Endorsement has been working hard to ensure that the young people can get into agriculture and that the structures and the facilities in our agricultural sector can be improved by enhanced training. And a lot of that training has been ushered in by the work done by the lady called Sandra Husbands, who should be returned to Parliament to continue the work that she has done in the name of the good people of St. James South, and especially the work she has done in higher training and higher education. That is real work. Because when we speak about the diversification of the economy, promoting resilience and sustainability, what does that really mean? We have to upscale. We have to build out the capacity for people, train them in new technologies, expose them to new ventures, give them the opportunity to design and plan and create new ventures, new businesses. That is the work Sandra Husbands undertakes every day as your MP and as a government minister, and she has done well in that regard. So that we can come and stand before you, my friends, at this time, proud of Sandra's record, the work that she has done. And she will come and speak, I believe she will come and speak about all of the training opportunities that have been afforded to Barbadians, especially through the National Transformation Initiative. This is not a government that says to the Barbadian people that we cannot afford to send your children to university. This is a government that, since Project Dawn was launched in 2024, 1,500 Barbadians, ordinary people, have graduated from that program. Scores and scores of farmers have come out of that program, and small businesses have come out of that program since 2024, because Sandra Husbands has been working to bring life to the training of young people, giving them the opportunity. This is what governance is, my friends. Where do you want Barbados to go, and who will take you there? On the other side, announcements and pronouncements, slogans, attacks, quarreling and fighting, lies, invective, cursing, clowns on the platform, like the circus has come to town. Where do you want to go, and who do you want to take you there? I want you to ponder on those two questions that I've asked. And I hope that I can make an impression on your minds, that you can really make a conscious and deliberate decision to secure the future of Barbadians. This election, my friends, requires an attentive population, attentive people to the issues that matter. Your government will continue, if we are re-elected, to work hard in your names. We have done right by you. We have rescued this country. We have put it on a growth path. But now is a time to build out our capacity. Now is a time to transform the institutions that have worked well for Barbados in the past, but now must be relevant and resilient in a 21st century world. The world has changed, and it is changing. And over the last 2 weeks, even as this campaign unfolded, we have seen a prime minister of one of our most important economic allies, Canada, saying to the most important people at Davos that the rule-based order that has existed for the last 70, 80 years was really a myth. And he stood to the world and said, they are no longer willing to follow the agenda set by Washington. He has signed a mineral extraction agreement with Australia. And the Prime Minister of Australia has said, I hear you, Prime Minister Carney. What does that mean for Barbados? Under Frandel Stewart, he sat idly by for 10 years and watched the world pass by, and Barbados stood idle. This is a government that also has its eyes on the international environment in which Barbados must exist. Because if we were to protect the standard of living and the quality of life in this country, we know that all the things that operates in the international environment affect Barbadians in their pockets. When the world sneezes, we catch a cold and we suffer badly. So therefore, this government must transform the institutions that are important in our society if we want to sustain the quality of life. That is why our manifesto looks outward. That is why our manifesto thinks about how we can create an environment for young people to believe that they can become global champions, create new industries, create new opportunities. That is what we have to deal with. Where do you want to go, my friends? And who do you want to take you there? For me, the choice is clear. But I know too well that politics is not all a logical or rational thing. People have to feel a connection. People have to feel that your leadership is doing the right thing by the people. And we have come to you in earnest to say, we have weathered the storm. We have taken the Barbados economy from the brink. We have rebuilt confidence. We have lowered the debt. But we still have to move. One of the things that has always motivated me, my friends, is a quotation from a Trinidadian author called V.S. Naipaul, a Nobel laureate in literature. He wrote a book called A Bend in the River. And he begins with these words: the world is what it is, and men who are nothing and who allow themselves to be nothing have no place in it. I believe that in this environment we should say the world is what it is, and men and women who are nothing and who allow themselves to be nothing have no place in it. So the world is what it is, but we cannot allow ourselves to be nothing because we are Bajan strong. We have showed the world that we can produce a Gary Sobers from the Bayland to be the very best ever in the world, to be the greatest cricketer of all times. From age 17, he dazzled the world for 20 years, coming out of an environment where he was excluded from all the sporting facilities around where he lived. No playing fields or pastures around him. Couldn't play cricket at the white cricket clubs around him, at Pickwick, YMPC, and at Wanderers, but became the best in the world. So when our Prime Minister lifts this nation up and says the value of being resilient, the value of being fair and just in our society and how we treat to each other, the value in being confident. Confidence, my friends, means breaking the link with the British monarchy so Barbadians can affirm that we are people too. And we can go in the world stage not as subjects of a British monarch, but we can do it like Sagari and Rihanna and build other champions. That is confidence. That is a value in a good society. That is the value of our new republic. This manifesto, therefore, also speaks to the Bajan grant. That grant of $5,000 that gives every child born in this republic the opportunity to say, my country has become a republic and has made an investment in my future so that when I'm 18 to 21 years old, I can withdraw that dividend and do anything to progress, do anything to advance, do anything to ascend. That is a value in a good society. That is a value in a transformative Barbados. That is a value that Mia Motley has brought to this country. We stand firmly, big and strong, in an environment, in a world where we know that we can't be nothing and that we can't allow ourselves to be nothing. That is what you have to think on when you consider where do you want to go and whom do you want to take you there. I want you to consider what I have submitted, to consider the record of the Barbados Labour Party and the work that is being done in your name. You go to sleep tonight knowing that the economy is not about to crash on the rocks. You go to sleep tonight to know that people's wages have been lifted up. Taxes have come down. Ordinary Barbadians do not pay land tax. And from April 1st, people owning a house in this country for the first time under the value of $400,000 will not have to pay a cent to the Treasury and land tax. That is a transformative measure. But you can't have a transformative measure like that, my friends, if you don't have your handle on the economy. Strong management, Mia Motley and Ryan Strawn. Where do you want to go? The Democratic Labour Party has come to you, therefore, who will be their person on economics and finance? You imagine we are in an election and the Dems have not spoken to any economic issues in this troublesome world that we live in a world where the rules of international engagement are changing as we speak. Alliances are being ripped up, rules are being thrown out. The international order is being ignored. Who in the Democratic Labour Party could come and stand in the shoes of Ryan Strawn, far less Mia Motley? Where do you want to go? And who do you want to take you there? Ponder on these things over the next 4 days. Think on these things, my friends. This is an important election. In fact, every election is an important one. But we are at that juncture. We are at that point where Barbados can see take off. Barbados can see real change. Barbados can see in our 60th year of independence and the 5th anniversary of us affirming the completion of our independence as a republic, we can see real transformation underway. I haven't gotten a chance to analyze the DLP manifesto. I saw a copy online. Somebody sent it to me in WhatsApp. Looks very pretty. Enough blue and yellow. I saw some things, I spoke in the Glebe last night on law and order. Some things that don't make a lot of sense to me. But I want to examine that document because over the next coming days, if I get an opportunity to speak from this platform, I will draw the sharp contrast between what we offer, between what we are doing, between what we are envisioning and what the Dems are saying. We have to put them under the microscope. They have only given us 3 days to do so. But I feel it is incumbent on us to examine whether there's anything realistic or whether this is not a set of proposals like for the older people in the crowd remember the bat raised by Richie Haynes that Barbadians fell for in 1986 that wrecked the economy in the 1980s. It seems that every time the Dems come to office, they wreck the economy, and we have to come and put it back together. Do you want your economy wrecked, my friends? Do you want your economy wrecked? Do you want your economy in the hands of David Espy as your Minister of Finance? Do you want this country in the hands of Ralph Thorne? Do you want to starve? Where do you want to go? Whom do you want to take you there? I want you to ponder on the things that I have submitted. I will beg you give Sandra Husbands the opportunity to complete the work in the name of the people of St. James South. Sandra has worked hard. Sandra cares. Sandra is not a fly-by-night. She has been doing this for a long time, and she has worked well. Give me a motley Sandra Husbands in St. James South. Because Sandra is one of the hard workers in the Labour Party who will champion all of the causes that we hold dear. This covenant with the people of Barbados is our solemn pledge to you. We pledge to continue the work and build a greater Barbados. Good night, and may God bless each and every one of you.
Gregory is the man that we going with. Now is the time. We taking fresh card. We taking fresh card. We taking fresh card. We taking fresh card. Yes, we taking it.
Let's hear your candidate
Gregory
for
is the
St.
man
Thomas.
that we going with.
Gregory Nichols.
Come the new representative.
Yeah, another presentation where it takes you down the road, gives you an insight as to the elements and features of our Barbados Labour Party's manifesto. Greater will our nation grow. St. James South, where are you? Yes, and Gregory said it well. He spoke about the hard work offered by Sandra Husbands. He spoke about the development in the constituency. He spoke about the continued service. He spoke about the areas of education and youth development. Sandra Husbands has proven that she is ideal for the position. And tonight, St. James South, we welcome her. Barbados Labour Party family, let's hear your applause as I welcome candidate for St. James South, February 11th. Make it right, make it right, make it right again. Sandra Husbands.
Her compass is clear. A leader who shows up. Yeah, she's always there. Vote for Sandra. 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 We voted for Sandra. Husband. We voted for Sandra. Husband. We voted for Sandra. Husband. Down here in St. James. We voted for Sandra. Husband. We voted for Sandra. Husband. We voted for Sandra.
And a pleasant good night to the good people of St. James South. Are you in the house? Yes. I want to wish a good evening to the good people here in St. James South, from West Terrace to Wanstead to Husbands to Oxners to Prior Park to Claremont, to Crystal Heights, to Clover Crescent, to Paradise Heights. So many wonderful people over in Durance Village, over in Waterman's Village, on Riss Road, Halls Village, and Haynesville. People stretching across the length of St. James. And they are wonderful, special people. And serving them has been my honor. And tonight, I am here to share with you some thoughts that should guide us as we seek to go towards our election, where we put our X in that ballot, in that square, pop it in the box, and select the government that will take us into the times. Because one of the wonderful things about St. James South, they've always voted for the party that runs the government. And it is because there is a spirit in St. James South that understands that the quality of their life depends on the quality of government. And so it is important that there's a clear understanding, not only by the constituents of St. James South, but Barbadians as a whole, that this is going to be one of the most consequential elections that we will ever have. And it's for two reasons. Let me explain why. First of all, elections have consequences because there is a specific demand in that time and space facing a country that calls for a leader who knows how to manage that time and deliver what is necessary for the people. If you were to look back, when Barbados had just come out of slavery, it had gone through the colonial period, the people still were not free. And one of the things they needed was to be able to participate in their own destiny by being able to vote, being able to own land, being able to have a job and to start a business and not have laws that prevent them from being able to build enterprises, etc. To have fairness as a worker, where you could get holiday with pay. These were some of the basic things that the average human being in Barbados needed at the time. And into those times would have marched Grantley Adams, who fought for the workers of Barbados and who led with such distinction that he was recognized and was able to become the first person to lead the federation within the Caribbean. Because he came for a time such as this, and he was the right person for the time. He also started the journey to secondary education, free secondary education. Next on the scene was the Honorable Errol Barrow, who came because he wanted to advance and accelerate the benefits for the people of Barbados, especially the black people of this country. And he saw that part of his journey was to complete the access to free education so that every little boy or girl in this country could get an education that would take them somewhere, because Barbados could not survive on just sugar and sugar plantations and sugar workers. He knew that that had to go from among us. He even talked about the fact that he would like to see that there was another cane blade in Barbados. That was not possible, but we understood what he meant, that the Barbadian economy had to go beyond that. And therefore, he would have worked towards starting things like industrialization in Barbados. And then along came the son of Grantley Adams, Tom Adams. And he recognized that we could not live just on the agriculture, and we could not live just on the tourism. And they introduced financial services to the economy of Barbados. Now, I want you to understand something about what that move meant, because in later years, when Owen Seymour Arthur, who, by the way, was a resident of St. James South, came on the scene, he recognized that the financial services could bring the kind of wealth to Barbados and create a new class of middle-class earners who were able to go to work for these offshore companies. And so thousands of educated Barbadians who had the privilege of free education at the UE Cave Hill had the qualifications to work in offshore financial services. And a huge middle class grew from out of that effort, because these were leaders who were called to this time. Then we had Prime Minister Sandiford and the Democratic Labour Party at that time were seeking to live on the shadow of Errol Barrow, basking in the glory of his achievements in the past. And if you notice the history of Barbados, subsequent leaders of the Democratic Labour Party were never able to rise to the level of creating a legacy that took Barbados steps forward in its journey. As a matter of fact, what they did was they crashed the economy, and always the Barbados Labour Party had to come and rescue the country. And it was on that moment, in that moment, when Barbados was crashed by the Dems, back in 1991 to 1994, Owen Seymour Arthur became the Prime Minister of Barbados. He was a leader for the times in which he lived. And he managed the economy so beautifully that the Barbadian economy grew. Now, very often, Dems will tell you that Barbadians don't care about GDP. They may not be able to explain it to you, but they know what GDP feels like. Because under the Dems, when the GDP drops, they know that it means no jobs. They know that when GDP drops, they know that it means difficulty buying food in the supermarket. They know that when the GDP drops, that it's difficult to get roads fixed and schools and education, etc. So they understand what it feels like, even if they do not know how to explain it to you, they know what it feels like. So when Owen Arthur came and the economy kept growing and expanding, jobs, we created 30,000 jobs. We had 10,000 small businesses that sprung up in the Owen Arthur period. And what we saw was Barbados taking off on a trajectory. Many of you will remember those times. Those were the times when you had sufficient money in your pocket that if your child said, "Mommy, I want an ice cream," you could afford to stop and buy the ice cream because it was not going to affect you being able to pay the utility bill. That was a time when you could afford to go to the hairdresser, so hairdressers sprung up all across this country because women could go and get their nails done and their hair done and so on. People built houses. People traveled. People lived well and comfortably in their mind. And I remember one of the features of that Owen Arthur period that struck me in particular as I started looking at families across the country. I realized that we now had a generation of young Barbadians who were going to inherit significant wealth from their parents. Because what had happened? Parents had developed and grown through education. You had people rising in the civil service. You had businesses opening and people taking up managerial positions. People rising to the top of their professions. And they were able to get mortgages and build new homes. That's why we have so many residential areas right across St. James South and all across St. James and Christchurch. These people were able to take out insurance policies. They were able to buy savings bonds. These were people that were able to travel and had land. And so their children were about to inherit all of that as their start. Their children were not going to have to start from the beginning and come up again. Those children were in a position to acquire wealth from their parents. But what happened? Along came the Democratic Labour Party again. And under the severe mismanagement of our economy, those children had the ground wiped from under them. Those were the children of the middle class. In the working class, the greatest devastation occurred, where children now were struggling for nutritious food to eat, being fed on ramen. Children finding themselves in situations where sometimes where they went to school, they needed to go to school in order to get a school meal. We're talking about young people who just had a job, and the job may not be a large wage or a large salary, but they were able to go out and get an apartment. Many of them lost it during that time under Frundle Stewart and David Thompson. I had to return home, had to be skinned out of apartments, had the embarrassment of being locked out and evicted because a Democratic Labour Party did not know how to manage an economy because they were not the government for the times which we had faced. And this was a serious matter because many families, under the collapse of that economy, had to cash in their insurance policies. Some of them lost their mortgages. People, instead of changing their cars, had to keep their cars 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, because the bottom of the economy had fallen out, and the GDP, the gross domestic product, had fallen. Barbadians know what it means when you do not have growth in your economy. So what happened to these children now? These children now found themselves, some of them had been fortunate enough to complete their degrees, but they had no jobs. Some had their degrees stopped in the middle because the Democratic Labour Party pulled university education, and so their dream stopped. They found themselves in situations where they could not leave home. They found themselves in situations that, although they were developing, they could not get a mortgage. And all of these things left them without hope. So here was the country in a mess. But then the world was changing while that was happening. The world was changing to a digital economy. The world was moving into a climate crisis. The world was in an international order that was now widening the gap between the rich and the poor countries. This was now a new era where rare earth minerals were important, where resource grabbing became the order of the day, where we were going to live a changed life because the dynamics had changed. And into this twin moment, that moment when Barbados was on its knees, into that moment when Barbados was faced with a new international economic order, in came the leader for the times, Mia Amor Motley. Do not take it for granted, because I believe that God has a hand in the life of a country. Because for a leader of that caliber to emerge at a time when we were faced with twin challenges, a country on its knees and a country in change, it needed a leader who came to office not just with a plan to win an election, but with a plan to govern and to transform and to take the country forward and to restore order and to bring back fairness and to bring back prosperity and to craft a new path for a new Barbadian to take us into the future. She came in for a time such as this. Such as this. And if you read our manifesto, if you read our covenant with you, you will see the strategies to take us into a modern future. Now, all week you've been hearing people share on these matters. But I want to draw to your attention a few things, not in the manifesto, but that you need to be conscious of. When the Federation broke, it was because the region was not ready and did not understand that our future, our success in the future, came in working together. When Owen Arthur came to office, he helped to strengthen the CARICOM single market and economy because he recognized growth could not occur unless Barbados was part of a regional market. when Mia Amor Motley came to office, she recognized that we not only had to build the CSME, she recognized that we had to go and find allies even further abroad and build out opportunities for markets, opportunity for trade, so that the goods and services of Barbadians could flow any part of the globe. And this is why she spent the time working to build alliances with Africa, building alliances in Latin America, building alliances in the Middle East, building alliances all across China and Singapore, etc., because she recognized that what we needed was to be part of a network that we could collaborate with each other and be able to partner with each other to build the new Barbados. And this was the focus which we had brought. But Barbados needed an emotional change. Barbados needed a psychological change. We needed to move away from a system where you have young people, you have people in a country who feel disconnected from their own country, who feel that elections have nothing to do with them, where people say, man, the government does nothing for me, even though they're standing up on a new road, even though they might be living in a government house, even though they might be getting health care, even though their children will be going to have education at schools, they do not see or feel that they are a part of this nation. And anytime a people feel disconnected from their nation, they cannot move forward as one into a new future. That is one of the biggest dangers we have. Because as long as people view it that way, they're going to stand on the sidelines and watch like spectators rather than joining in and becoming a part of the movement and helping to bring the transformation and bring the growth. That is one of the greatest dangers we have. And this was recognized by our leader. This was recognized by the cabinet, by the ministers, by the parliamentary group, that we needed to start and do things to help Barbadians feel connected to their own destiny and to feel that they had an investment in it. That is why I want to raise one of the things that helps to demonstrate that. I was pleased when I saw that we are establishing a Republic Fund for our children, that children born November 30th, 2021, and thereon in would be given by their government, not by the Queen, not by anybody outside of us, but that their own country valued them, saw them, and recognized that leaving an asset for our children was important after the disasters of the past. Why? Because many children do not have families who can leave an asset, leave a legacy for them to give them a start. And by putting this in the manifesto, and by planning and making this an important part of our covenant, we are making a statement to our children. You belong to the Republic of Barbados. You belong to a country that sees and hears you. You belong to a country that is committed to your development. And this is something that we need to embrace. And as parents, as grandparents, as godparents, as aunties and uncles, what we need to do is, if we can put aside a $20, a $50, a $100, and keep adding to that trust fund, that child, someone did the calculation for me, that child, even just with the trust fund and a parent putting in some money, $100 a month, that child by age 18 would have close to $47,000. That's nothing to do with the interest that it could possibly earn. This is important because people need to feel themselves to be a part of their country. There's one other thing that we are doing that is going to be important to help people feel engaged and a part of the Barbadian family. And that is what we're doing in elections. Sorry, in education. In education, you would have heard my colleague and brother share with you what is happening in terms of education transformation. That we're changing how teachers are trained to teach our children. That we are preparing to train a generation of young Barbadians who learn differently. That we are accommodating not just one type of intelligence, but several types of intelligences, and preparing our children for the world which they have to grapple with. Now, that is a powerful step, but the second step that must accompany this is transformation of the tertiary institutions. And this is where we are transforming education at BVTB, at BCC, at SJPI, etc. Because we are forming the University College of Barbados, and what we are seeking to do is to ensure that every single Barbadian is upskilled and reskilled with the skills that will take them into the future. No longer do you want to have young people who are trained for one thing and there's no job for them. That reskilling is important in the digital technologies, in advanced manufacturing, in climate smart agriculture, helping them to be able to do research and learn about logistics and learn about data analysis and data analytics, and help them to develop the types of skills that will give them jobs that pay well, not bottom-feeding jobs, jobs that pay well, that they can build that future. But to achieve that, you need strong leadership. To achieve that, you need creative and innovative leadership that knows how to navigate this new world and secure the resources, implement the programs, so that Barbadians can look forward to a life where they can have the prosperity that they need for their families. And that is only accomplished by good leadership. And on February the 11th, you are faced with a choice. The Dems have sought to distract you from the fact that they're not ready for leadership. They've sought to distract you that they're not the leaders for this time. They have sought to distract you from the fact that they cannot get their own house in order. What they try to do is to create a boogeyman over here and tell you that you should fear dictatorship. You do not have a dictatorship. You have a government that hears you, sees you, feels you, and demonstrates it in the promises that they're making to you through our covenant, and demonstrating to you that they have the experience and the competence because they did it before and they will do it again. You need a leader and a team that is tried and that is tested. Tried and tested. And I will share with you a few of the things that we've been doing in St. James South that have flowed from out of our collaboration as a team. One of the things that has been of great concern to me are our seniors and the quality of life that they live. And recognize that many of them have health challenges. And I have wanted to have in the constituency services for our seniors, that we need to have at the community level ways to care for their needs. And hence I was ecstatic when it was established that we were going to have the home health program for them. That is important, but we're taking it a step further. In this manifesto, we are also creating mobile health clinics that can go from community to take care of our seniors. And this is important. And I've advocated for this. So this has been wonderful in relation to meeting the needs of our seniors. And then of great importance to me are the parents of this community. Many of them struggle with raising their children in a different world. They love them, but sometimes they're not armed with the skills. Sometimes they're overwhelmed by the temptations that are around their children. And so important to me has been the establishment of parenting programs, which we have done in St. James South. But I'm here to tell you that a caring government has gone even a step further, where they want to introduce national training programs, parenting programs for people all across this nation. Why? Because our children are important. Ladies and gentlemen, your future will be in safe hands. The Barbados Labour Party has done it once, twice, thrice, and a fourth time. We have been able to come to office to do for you what is best for your life. We are asking you on the 11th of February to do what is best for you. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for Mia Amor Motley. Vote for Sandra Husbands in St. James South. Vote for Kerry Simmons in St. James Central. Vote for Chad Blackman in St. James North, and all across this country, wherever you have a Barbados Labour Party candidate, go out early, put your X, and vote for your future. May God bless each and every one of you.
She walks with steady footsteps. She speaks with firm resolve. Each a life before her. She's ready to solve. Her courage is steady. Her compass is clear. A leader who shows up. Yeah, she's always there. Vote for Sandra. 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 We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you feeling? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Are you ready and ready? Are you ready and ready? All right. Sandra Husbands for St. James South. Let me hear you. Sandra Husbands for St. James South. Part of strong leadership in difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to go on. We have a proud record. We have a proud record. We have a record of achievements. An A to Z record, the red record. And we have the manifesto which charts the course going forward. This is no time. This is no time to change course. This is no time to change course. We have a tried, tested, proven, and a committed team to take you forward, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you agree? Tried, tested, proven, and a committed team under the leadership of who? Mia Amor Motley. And tonight, I'm putting it to you that this is no time for apprenticeship, no learning on the job. We have tried and tested people who have gone there before on the Barbados Labour Party. And tonight, the next speaker is one such person. The next speaker has traveled the world, has traveled to Europe, North America, South America, to flood the zone here in Barbados, in Oistins, in Whole Town, in Bridgetown. And you can see it with your eyes. If I want to go to Oistins to get a meal on Friday evenings, I have to go early because the tourists come from the South Coast, the West Coast, the East Coast, all the coasts. Because I am an oysters man and I know what to do. But as Minister of Tourism, the next speaker has ensured that our tourist spend increases every year by bringing more and more tourists to this island. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you a man who has worked hard daily to increase the tourists in this country, every day. I bring to you a man who can defend his record in the tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my comrade and friend, Ian Gooding-Edghill.
Oh yes, and then 2 steps to the right, cause we know that he is the best. Gooding-Edghill is the man, oh Lord. He got the best plan, oh gosh. Ian does always deliver, that's why he is the best ever. When things get rough, he does show up steady, yeah. Promises he always keeping, no hiding or disappearing. 7 days a week, Ian is always there. Who always show up? Ian. Who get the things done? Ian. Who for the people? Ian. 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 Who we voting for? Ian. Who we voting for? Ian. Who you voting for? Ian. Ian. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. Ian got me
To the Barbados Labour Party family. Good night to all of the Barbados Labour Party supporters. And good night to all of you who perhaps have come to the conclusion that you should vote for the Barbados Labour Party. I want to say that it perhaps feels a little nippy outside, but that will not stop me from perhaps doing what I have to do. But I come to you tonight because we are here in St. James South. And we are here in support of Sandra Husbands. And you know, since 2018, Sandra Husband has been traversing this constituency, looking after you, the good people of St. James South. And it gives me the greatest pleasure to be here tonight, not only to once again endorse her, but to also tell you why you should vote for Sandra Husbands and why you should continue to support the Barbados Labour Party. The Barbados Labour Party, as you well know, will always ensure that we make life good for our people, but we also make life better for our people. And I say to you, right here in the confines of the NCF car park, that we are beginning to witness what we started back in 2018. A commitment to deliver on behalf of you, the people of Barbados, and particularly in St. James South. But a commitment to ensure that Barbados does not fall. And that is why we are in this campaign together. We're in this campaign not only to improve our fortunes, our good fortunes, but also to remind you that under the Democratic Labour Party, we almost lost it. We almost lost it all. We were faced with a situation where there was downgrade after downgrade. We were faced with a situation where people didn't know if you went to work in the public or private sector, you would have a job. We were in a situation where you didn't know if you have enough foreign exchange to buy imported goods. We didn't know if tomorrow we would have arisen from our slumber only to be confronted with a sad tale. I say to you that since 2018, you have seen what the Barbados Labour Party is capable of doing. You would have seen what the Barbados Labour Party has done for you. And you would have seen the progress that we would have made. And we reverse downgrades and replace it with upgrades, thanks to the hard work of our Prime Minister, Mayor Montley, and our team behind her. You would have seen a team united in a common cause. And that cause was to continue to build Barbados and lift it up. And Prime Minister Montley and all the team that she had behind her did just so. We made it look perhaps too easy, but we never failed you, the people of Barbados. And we shall continue, notwithstanding whatever difficult global situation is presented to us as a people. We give you the assurance that we will continue to rise, and we will continue to manage not only the economy, but we will continue to manage our affairs in such a way that you shall never ever feel compromised. And that is why we are here tonight in St. James South. We're here because you gave us the mandate in 2018, and you renewed the mandate by voting for us again in 2022. And we come to you simply on the basis of a record of accomplishment and performance, on a record of competence, to ask you, with your permission and for your approval, to continue for a third term. But we are not asking you simply to go on for a third term because we believe it is a right. It is not a right. We come to you because we have proven to you, the people of Barbados, that we can manage the Barbados economy, that we can help run the affairs in such a way that we don't have to think that when we go to sleep at night, that we will awake in the morning faced with troubled waters. Certainly not a bridge over troubled waters. We have worked hard and will continue to work hard if you give us a third term to ensure that we deliver on your behalf. And that is why we have people like Sandra Husbands in our cabinet as a member of Parliament, working day in and day out to help build out Barbados. That is why she sits in a cabinet room every Thursday, addressing policy issues, helping to frame policies in order to advance the cause of Barbados. And she was there when we built out the tourism sector. She was there when we helped to build out the Barbados economy. And she was there when we helped to frame the social policies that will continue to propel Barbados forward. So that when the Dems come to you in this campaign and try to paint a picture that you know is not true, that you know you can't believe, a picture which suggests that we are not working in your best interest, I say to you to cast them aside, because the Barbados Labour Party is better than them and all the rest. And we are better than them and all the rest because it is proven hard work, it is sheer commitment to Barbados, and it's about seeing the results. You will recall, if I may use, for example, since I'm responsible for tourism and international transport, a couple of examples. When the Democratic Labour Party was in office, and they held the reins for 10 years between 2008 and 2018, they presided over a tourism industry that was faltering. They presided, and you recall who was the Minister of Tourism. they presided over a reduction in airlift. And should you forget, let me recall it for you. The Democratic Labour Party had flights that were once coming to Barbados from New York's John F. Kennedy. The Democratic Labour Party lost those flights. They had flights from Delta out of Atlanta, Georgia, and they too lost it. They had a flight coming out of New York, JFK's airport, through Delta, and they lost it. They had service out of Philadelphia on American Airlines, and they lost it. They had flights coming out of John F. Kennedy Airport on American Airlines, and they too lost it. They had Gaulle, and they lost it. They didn't have Copa. They didn't have a double daily coming from London in the winter season. They didn't have these things. But what did your hard-working Barbados Labour Party, what did we do for you? We engineered, for the first time in the history of Barbados, double daily flights from Heathrow into Barbados. And let me explain the significance. British Airways, with 2 flights in the winter, they only had 1 flight under the Democratic Labour Party in the winter coming out of London. Virgin Atlantic, with 2 flights in the winter coming out of London Heathrow Airport under the Democratic Labour Party, they only had 1 flight. So we have set the pace and the record by having 2 daily services in the winter. Can you imagine it? 28 flights every week from the United Kingdom Heathrow Airport. And I can tell you about the flights that we get from Heathrow, from Manchester, sorry. If you add the flights from Manchester, and if you also add Aer Lingus that were coming out of Manchester, you will see what we have done. We have effectively brought more arrivals to Barbados than any time in the history of Barbados. In fact, the governors of the central bank report supports it. Over 700,000 long stay arrivals in Barbados in the 2025. But the airlift that the Democratic Labour Party lost, we were able to regain. And I say to you that when you go to the airport and you see the number of planes on the tarmac, you would have seen, for example, the return of American Airlines from John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. You would have seen the return of Delta on the weekly service in the winter from New York. You would have seen the return of Delta from Atlanta, Georgia, all through the year. You would have seen increased flights on American Airlines from Miami. You would have seen the service that were restored from Philadelphia into Barbados on a non-stop service weekly. Nothing to talk about the fact that we also in 2018 started with 1 flight from Copa Airlines, and today in January coming through into February we have 5 flights coming out of Copa from Panama. And you know, even the Barbadians are enjoying it, because if they want to go some part of South America, they can fly into Panama and do an onward connection or spend a day in Panama and move on. They don't necessarily have to go through Miami and connect us overnight. That is what the Barbados Labour Party has done for you. And when I say to you that Sandra Husbands is a part of that dynamic team, a team for the times that has restored what we lost on the Democratic Labour Party to Barbados. And the Democratic Labour Party cannot and will never beat the Barbados Labour Party's record on tourism in Barbados. And let me go further. As a direct result of the increase in airlift, we've seen the confidence that people, investors have restored in Barbados. When you can have 9 hotels under construction in Barbados It tells you the story of Barbados' tourism performance. It tells you the story of the Prime Minister. It tells you the story of the Cabinet of Barbados and the members of Parliament who are going to work every day, working hard in your very best interests. Look around Barbados. Let us start with Bridgetown. You have the Hyatt Ziva. Go around the corner to the Pierhead, another project. Backtrack and go to the South Coast, and you will see Indigo proudly displayed on the landscape on the South Coast, building out further opportunities on the South Coast. When you take a drive and you go further north, look at what is like will happen at the Paradise site with the montage and a substantial investment there. When you go further north again, you will see what will happen and what is certainly happening at the Royalton that is likely to be open very, very shortly. In fact, will be open this year. When you go further north again, you will see what is going to happen at the former Hayward site with the Beaches property. Over 400 hotel rooms on that site, creating job opportunities not only in construction but in employment when the hotel opens. And again, continue on the Northern Drive. You will see what they're doing at Pendry in terms of the build-out. And I can tell you that there are more hotels that are coming to Barbados. And William Duguid, the senior minister responsible for infrastructure, who's here tonight as well, who played a significant role. Because if you got to get planning permission, you have to work through that ministry. And he's facilitated the planning and all the infrastructure requirements. And we have to say thank you to our senior minister, William Duguid, as well, who helped us to continue our journey on the infrastructure projects agenda. So that when the Democratic Labour Party comes to you, ask them how many hotels they built in Barbados. Ask them if the investors had the confidence like they have now under the Barbados Labour Party when they were in office. Over $1 billion in hotel projects in Barbados. And as a result of the increased airlift, the number of planes touching down at Grant-Williams International Airport, we now have an opportunity where we will have at least 1,800 new and modern hotel rooms being constructed in Barbados. That is what you call progress. And as a result of all the initiatives that we have implemented, we now have a situation where the Grant-Williams International Airport appears to be too small for the volume of air traffic that we have there. You travel, you know that when you land at Grant-Williams International Airport, you know sometimes you have to wait a little long for the bags. You know that you have to, sometimes the plane has to stay there on the tarmac for a bit. And sometimes when you look to the east and you look to the west, you don't have enough parking spaces for the aircraft. But what this government has recognized is that we now have to expand the Grant-Williams International Airport. And we are going to expand the Grant-Williams International Airport. The planning permission has been sought. The funding has been secured. And we will have a new and expanded Grantley Adams International Airport within 2 years. Construction will start this year. And when you see what the Grant-Williams International Airport will look like, you will say, I must have voted for a government who has vision and who has the understanding in how to propel the future growth of Barbados. That is what we're faced with. So we've come to work, we work hard for you, and as a result of the hard work, we're now expanding opportunities. So an expanded Grant-Williams International Airport therefore means more, not only for the taximen, more work at the Grant-Williams International Airport. It doesn't only mean that for those who have retail shops at the airport, more income. It means more employment for people who will be working at the Grant-Williams International Airport, who will be working for the ground handling companies, who will be working for retail services, And like I said not so long ago, for the taxi operators, don't you know that there are occasions when you land at Gratham's International Airport and you exit the arrivals hall that sometimes you have to wait for a taxi? That is what we have done in Barbados. And the taxi men and those who are present tonight can bear witness to the fact that they are earning more as a direct result of the initiatives and the programs of the Barbados Labour Party. And we had a situation whereby hotel workers at the end of April would have been sent home. Not tonight in Barbados. You can't tell sometimes the difference if you have a winter season or we're in summer or you're in the shoulder period. That is what we've done. We've gone to work, we've worked hard to build out tourism, and as a result of building out tourism, people now have more sustained employment than they ever had in the history of Barbados, thanks to the Barbados Labour Party. And we haven't finished there yet, because I am actively, even during an election campaign, actively pursuing opportunities to drive even more airlift to Barbados. Because we may be in an election campaign, but our work as ministers must continue. And we must continue to look out for Barbados. And I give you the assurance that we will continue to build out the tourism sector as we have done, because we know what it takes to run an economy. And that is why I'm asking you, when you go to the polls on February 11th, I want you to support Sandra Husbands. And in supporting Sandra Husbands, you will be giving approval to all the projects that we've started in the tourism sector, all the projects that we're doing in international transport. And before I forget, let me also tell you about cruise tourism. You know, there were some people who suppose and give the impression that there's some extraordinary minister of tourism on the Democratic Labour Party. But I know that that has now been a myth. They lost airlift, the BLP restored it. But let's talk about the cruise sector. We've never had as many cruise ships come into Barbados. In fact, I am sure that when we see the numbers at the end of this cruise season, that Barbados perhaps would have had record levels of cruise passengers touching Barbados' soil. And I say to you that I can't even keep pace, because when we are at international shows and the cruise executives are talking to us, they're asking us, Minister, when are you going to give us an additional berth or two? Because we have cruise ships to send to Barbados. At the moment, you know, we perform a juggling act where we have to keep the cargo ships within the harbor's basin. And we have to allow the cruise ships to come in. And as soon as they leave at about 5:30, 6 o'clock, that you have the cargo ships coming in. But we invested in berth 6 to help us to ease some of the strain. But we also know that we're going to have an additional finger pair, because we must respond to the demands from the cruise sector. And when cruise passengers come to Barbados, they're not staying on board the cruise ship. They're leaving, they're going through the cruise terminal, they're spending money, the taxi operators are making money, the tour guides are making money, the tour companies are making money, and all of the attractions that we have in Barbados, they're also earning. And you haven't heard any attraction, any cruise operator, any tour operator complaining about the performance. It is thanks to the Barbados Labour Party, and thanks to foresight and the vision of our leader, Mayor Montley. And as we continue to even engineer and ensure that we have more cruise ships coming to Barbados, there are bigger and more exciting plans, including the expansion of a cruise facility at the Bridgetown Port. So we have a lot to be proud of. But we make it look easy sometimes too simple. But we are working hard in your name. And we are working hard to ensure that our young people, the people who are leaving school and graduating from university, that they have opportunities not only within the tourism sector, but all across Barbados, because we know that if we don't grow the economy, we will have stagnation. And when you have stagnation, then you can't generate increased employment for the people of Barbados. So I say to you, St. James South, and I say to all of us within the St. James community, I say to you, you have a government that continues to work for you, continues to invest in your future. And when you look and see what we're doing, you must understand that this is a government that is truly committed. We're not arrogant, we're not cocky, we don't perfect it, but we also improve. But I say to you that with the third term, the Barbados Labour Party will even do more for you. The Barbados Labour Party is committed to you, the people of Barbados. And as we continue to build out this country, it is you, the people, who will have to help us. And we ask you to always think about what we've done. We have put more money in your pocket as a government. We have reduced, when you look back before 2018, you would have seen the policies that were there, policies that kept you in poverty. When you look at the progressive policies of the Barbados Labour Party, what are you looking for? You are seeing not only growth, but you're seeing a government that has reduced your personal income tax, that has given you a reverse tax credit, that has engineered programs to ensure that the vulnerable within our community, that those vulnerable persons are never left behind, that those who are dependent on welfare, that can still get a helping hand up. And this government, in the history of its name, has increased the vote to the welfare, because we know we have to bring along those who are vulnerable, and we make no bones about that. As we bring along the pensioners with the $100 per month allowance that we will give them, $1,200 over a year. Take it as you like it. That is what we're giving people, options. That is why we're giving people an opportunity. So if anybody comes to you and tell you that you are more taxed in this country than before, I want you to tell them that that is a lie. It is not true, because the Barbados Labour Party has reduced personal income tax for most people. In fact, across all taxpayers in Barbados, that is what we have done in Barbados. So I say to you that this journey is a good journey. We have worked hard. But I also say to you that we will keep our eyes on the prize. We shall never fail you, but we shall continue to work diligently on your behalf. And when you hear people who I will refer to as snake oil salesmen coming to you, be wary. There are people who will come to tell you that they are going to reduce VAT, and that will cause you to feel that that is something good. But when you reduce VAT and you go to the supermarket and you don't see reduced prices, who will suffer and who are the beneficiaries? And when you take $200 or $300 or $400 million out of the economy, what are they telling you? What are they telling you? They're telling you that they're setting you up. Because the day that Barbados should lose $300 or $400 million in tax revenue will be a sad day for the country, because we still have to pay the public servants. We still have to pay for the lights across the street lights. We still have to pay for the infrastructure projects, so that when the snake oil salespersons come to you, I want you to leave them behind and park them aside, because they're just in a game to try to win votes. But we are not worried about that, because the people of Barbados well know the economic and the dismal performance of the Democratic Labour Party. The Democratic Labour Party is simply not a party that has managed the affairs well. We know what we've been through under the Democratic Labour Party. We know the pain that we felt under the Democratic Labour Party. We know what they're capable of, and they're certainly not capable of growing this country and advancing this country forward. And I say to you, your choice is very clear in this general election. It is absolutely clear. And like I said, we're not arrogant, we're not cocky about it. But on the basis of what we've done, 18 consecutive quarters of growth, a team committed to your, a team dedicated and committed to your success. A group of persons who the Prime Minister will work hard, extraordinarily hard, to ensure that we deliver for you. A team that understands what Barbados is about. So don't worry about the Democratic Labour Party. Don't worry about the rest. Don't worry about them, and don't worry about them rest. The Barbados Labour Party has always been here for you. It has always been here with you to ensure we have a better life for our people. The Barbados Labour Party is a party that knows how to manage this economy. The Barbados Labour Party is a party that sees you, feels you, and understands you, the people of Barbados. And to St. James, I say that we want to capture all 3 seats in St. James. We want to ask you for your support. We want your approval and permission to do so. But we are simply not asking you for the seats in St. James because we want to ask you for them. We want you to recognize that your Barbados Labour Party faithfully executed your mandate, faithfully executed what we said we were going to do, came back to you and reported to you in our red record what we've done for you. I must tell you that there's no party within the Caribbean that can place a premium on the commitment to the people of Barbados. A party that is committed, a party that knows how to manage the affairs of Barbados. And I say to you tonight, when you go to the polls on February 11th, what do you have to do? You have to vote the Barbados Labour Party. And since we are in St. James South, what do you have to do? You have to vote for Sandra Husbands. Give her an opportunity to continue the good work that she has done for you in St. James South. Give her the opportunity to continue to work with our distinguished Prime Minister, Mayor Money. Give her your vote to continue to work with the cabinet and the parliamentary team of Barbados. Give Sandra Husbands your vote in this general election to ensure that we win St. James South and that we continue to make Barbados better than it ever has been. Good night and thank you, St. James South.
Cause we know that he is the best. Gooding-Edghill is the man. Oh Lord, he got the best plan. Oh God, present in the streets and the yard, the best for St. Michael West Central. He don't only talk, he understands. He's a doer and a giver, a fixer, a problem solver. He and the BLP red and ready. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. He ain't got me vote, oh yes. And then 2 steps to the right. Cause we know that he is the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next representative for St. Michael West Central, Ian Gooding-Edghill. All fired up and ready to go. Oh my gosh. This platform sounding real good. When I got here earlier, we only had a few people, but look at the numbers now. Oh my gosh. We're going good, we're going good. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to move on. The next speaker is no stranger to you, no stranger to the Barbados Labour Party, having served in the UNAV administration. The next speaker has defended the government's policies in the Senate since 2022 and has done an excellent job in doing so. She's familiar to you. You know her well. She represented the people of St. James South. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Her Excellency Henrietta Elizabeth Thompson.
When the BNP in power, we smiling again. Labour people, represent with your hand in the air. Put 'em up. Yo.
Election is the time you'll have to meet up with all my friends. What's me and Manley and me's bound there? The country winning. Me and people represent with your hand in the air. Let's go.
Leadership is strong with pride in challenging times. When we come together, the country smiles 'cause we are for you, me, we, and the BNP party.
Good evening. To those of you who live in St. James South, to those of you who journeyed from further away to come to this meeting, it is my absolute pleasure to speak in support of Sandra Husbands and to ask you to vote for her on February 11th. I really wish to make 4 points only tonight. And I want to start not by talking about policy, but by framing the context of this election and some of the things that people are saying, and speak to those issues. And then I will migrate into some policy issues. I start by making the point, and you know that I am hoarse, or have been, and I hope that my voice will hold out for the next few days of the campaign, but I have been suffering an allergic reaction to the dust in the atmosphere, and this is the best that I've been able to talk in a long time. Thank you. So, the first thing that I want to address, and I'm speaking tonight particularly to middle-class Barbados, and I make no apology about that, because the middle class of Barbados has been saying a number of things that I find deeply troubling. One is that the Barbados Labour Party isn't doing anything for them. And the second is that they feel that for the sake of democracy, that they need to vote for a few members of the Democratic Labour Party. They say that the BLP is going to win anyway. So there are people who are saying they don't have to vote because we are going to win. We only count votes in the ballot box. If you stay home, you are helping the Democratic Labour Party to come to government. If you feel that you need to vote for an opposition, you do not know who else is thinking exactly like that. And what you are going to do is, with those who are planning not to vote and those who want to give the opposition a chance, you are going to give the government to the Democratic Labour Party, and you will get up the day after elections to find out that the Democratic Labour Party is the government. You must not, in this election, vote for an opposition. You must vote for a government. But you must vote. We do not count good wishes. We do not count when a winner ready. We do not count paper polls when are in front. We do not count, oh, you're troubling yourself for, you got it. Those things are not counted and will not be counted on the 11th. Only your vote can count. You vote either by going out or by staying home. And there is some movement called the Spoil Your Vote movement. That is nonsense. And I say to you tonight, there may be some people who did not get their road fixed. There may be some people who didn't get the job when they wanted it. There may be some people who have a complaint. For those of you who are quarreling with Sandra, tongue and teeth does have words. She is Mia's candidate. Vote for Mia. For those of you who feel that you didn't get everything quite right, no government is perfect. And the Barbados Labour Party had to deal with all the challenges of COVID, of the ash fall, all the things that you know about, and put millions and millions of dollars into saving the fishing fleet. Millions of dollars into the hotel sector to save workers. Millions of dollars into hampers. Millions of dollars into the One Family program. And they had to buy garbage trucks. 121 buses. They had to do the roads. Everything had to be done. So it is not and was not possible to do everything at the same time. So yes, there is a road that is not fixed. And there's a road that still has potholes. And somebody hasn't gotten their job yet. But that is no reason not to vote, because you have seen the work that the Barbados Labour Party has done, and the things that you want are on their way. The things that you want are coming. So that if you are vexed about anything at all, that is not a reason to be reckless with your vote. It is not a reason to give the Dems a chance. This is not a political lucky dip. It is your future. And therefore you have to focus on what it means not to vote, on what it means to stay home, and what it means to give the Dems a chance. The Dems did not give you a chance when they did not raise old age pensions. The Dems did not give you a chance when they did not give you back your tax returns. The Dems did not give you a chance when they painted the whole of the South Coast roads brown. The Dems did not give you a chance when civil servants did not get salary increases. The Dems did not give you a chance when they did not employ more nurses at the hospital or more policemen. The Dems have not given you a chance. There's no reason for you to be more generous to them than they have been to you. There is no reason to treat them with kindness when all they have treated you with is cruelty. And Ralph Thorne displayed who he was. Twice recently, I spoke the other night at length, and I'm not going to repeat what I said. I'm going to move to a different point, and it is this. If you ask a person who is the leader of the opposition to sit on a committee to deal with educational transformation, arguably one of the most important areas in the development of the country, and he says plainly, I am eating my food, and refuses to come and participate in a national discussion, national service, when he says he wants to lead the country, that tells you who he is. But when you are hungry, he tells you that if you interrupt him, he will strand you out. And if you hadn't interrupted him, he would have shut up 45 minutes ago. And when I'm hungry, I'm gonna starve you out. Well, we hungry, give me 30 to eat.
Oh Lord.
And therefore, I want to remind you that when the Democratic Labour Party left government, and I'm talking to the middle class, you were paying 68 cents on every dollar to service debt that they left. 68 cents. Today, you are paying 30 cents out of every dollar. The Barbados debt has been reduced We went from 179% of GDP to 99% of GDP. The debt gone down and down and down. So don't let them come and tell you, but we're born, and the country is in jeopardy. We have borrowed, we have reduced debt, and the economy is firing on all cylinders. Unemployment is the lowest it has ever been. 9 hotels are being constructed. A life sciences center is going up in Christchurch. We are partnering with Rwanda to produce pharmaceuticals for the Caribbean, Africa, and the developing world, creating jobs in culture, in science, in medicine, in pharmacology, in the hotel industry and the related sectors. This is what the Barbados Labour Party is doing, and this is where those who are the beneficiaries of education, those who went to UE, because we restored free education. And I want to make the point, if you say as a middle class person that the BLP is doing nothing for you, if you have children, every child is $50,000 a year. If you had 2 children in university at the same time, that was $100,000 for the 2. And I know that you ain't pay $100,000 in taxes out of your salary. I know that. Under the Democratic Labour Party, we had 24 downgrades. We have had, under the Barbados Labour Party, 12 consecutive upgrades, one after the other. The international community is recognizing the management of the Barbados Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party's management of the economy, and people are investing in Barbados again. Under the Democratic Labour Party, there were tanks in Emerton that should have been holding sewage. Many of you will remember that they were growing large trees. They were seen after the campaign. People were in shock. But tonight, do you realize that since the Barbados Labour Party came to government, there has not been any sewage on the South Coast roads? Do you realize that under the dams, the city used to smell stink almost every day, and that has never happened again since we came to government? This is good government. We are giving you, the middle class of Barbados and all Barbadians, a country in which you can feel a sense of pride, a country that makes Barbados shine all over the world, a country that isn't having health warnings from international countries telling their citizens not to come to us because it is unsafe. The Democratic Labour Party had the first air-conditioned buses in Barbados. The bottom was torn out and the air was coming through the bottom. But the Barbados Labour Party has brought in rail air-conditioned buses, electric buses with Wi-Fi. So do not let them tell you that things under the Barbados Labour Party are not better. And I want to turn specifically to the middle class, even though I've been pointing out some things. Go to your red record. I hope they can put the link up on the screen, but go to blp.org. It is there, electronic copies of this, electronic copies of the manifesto, documents you are going to get tonight. The Barbados Labour Party capped freighting costs. We capped VAT on electricity bills at 10%. We capped VAT on diesel and gas. You do not pay VAT on 44 items, ranging from fruit to vegetables to rice to root crops to proteins. A lot of people don't know that. So when you go into the supermarket as a middle class person and you put in baby items, you put in ladies' sanitary napkins, you put in things for diabetics and people who are unwell, and your certain food items, 44 of those items are completely VAT-free already. We reduced inflation from 4.7% to 0.7. This means that there is more disposable income in your pocket. And you may be attracted to the other side saying that they will reduce VAT. The Barbados Labour Party has done that before. But do you know what our experience has been? And why it isn't being done in this budget? Simply that when you lower the VAT, the merchants take the opportunity to put the extra money in their pockets. They do not drop the prices of the goods on the shelf. The consumer, you who going in the supermarket, the shopper, you do not get the benefit of those cut prices. So it makes no point to reduce the VAT. The Prime Minister has opted for an approach where she is putting money directly into people's pockets. So you can determine what you will do with the extra disposable income. So you can determine where you will spend your money and on what. If you're going to get a new weave or good new nails, what fete you're going to go to, how much you're going to save. If you're giving the children some extra lessons or you're going to take a trip, that is your decision. It is not in the merchant's pocket, it is in yours. Ask Delia. Delia is the app. Delia is the supermarket app of the government. These men's feet are so rough. Not a glass, not a little ice, the water hot. The government has taken from April 1st, from April, you will not pay tax on the first $400,000 of property value. That means if your house is worth $390,000, you will not pay land tax at all. And if your house is worth $650,000, you will only pay tax on $250,000. This is one of the things we have done and are doing for the middle class. You do not pay tax on the first $25,000 of your salary. And if you are a pensioner, you won't pay tax now on up to $75,000 in the tax. And if you used to get $1,300 in the reverse tax credit, you will now get $1,700. And if you have NCDs, not only will you have an opportunity to get access to free trainers, free gym trainers, but you will also have an opportunity to get access to health devices, the kinds of things that tell you annoyingly that you didn't take enough steps today, and you need to drink more water, and you're coughing too much, see the doctor. All of those will be available to you because the government is moving from just treating sickness to wellness, to trying to create greater wellness so that NCDs will not be such a problem as they currently are. And we are giving old age pensioners a cash grant of $1,200 per month. And I want $1,200 per year. Thank you so much. $1,200 per year. I don't want you to believe that I'm misleading you. The chairman has signaled to me that I have 5 minutes left. And I want to go into one last area that affects many of you, but particularly middle class people, and it is the civil service. At page 44 of the BLP manifesto, it is online. Read it for yourself. It says that we will complete the regrading exercise. We will move from there where every government development, whether housing or lots, 30% of it will be reserved for civil servants. If you did training through NTI or edX, it will now go towards your promotion qualifications. If you want a loan from the training fund, the loan amount will move from 10 to 15,000. And all traveling officers will be eligible for POLTA. That includes nurses and police and a whole range of civil servants. And if you are a technical expert, you don't have to leave practicing in your field to go into administration to get a promotion, because a new specialist stream will be developed. And if you want a car loan, the new car loan amount will move from 100,000 for electric vehicles to 125, and from 50,000 for gas or diesel vehicles to 75,000. So I want you to go through the manifesto. Go through the red record for yourself and ask yourself, given the fact that we have given pensioners increases, increased the salaries for public servants, cushioned the cost of living for everybody, and I've explained the kinds of initiatives which have been helpful to those who are members of the middle class. I want to appeal to you tonight to be very careful about what you do election day, because it is charting your future and the future of your children and the future of this country. It will determine what happens with you as a civil servant and as a parent and as a pensioner and as a person in your silver years and as a young person. It will determine whether your trajectory will be upward and onward or downward, as happened before when the Dems took away free university education. I want to appeal to you tonight to go out and vote for Sandra Husbands, and that wherever you live in Barbados, give the Barbados Labour Party your vote. Do not stay home. Do not give the Dems a chance. Do not feel more sorry for them than you feel for yourself or than they felt for you. If the Democratic Labour Party cannot yet bring out a manifesto 3 days before an election, if the Democratic Labour Party is still fighting amongst itself, if the Democratic Labour Party is a fractured, broken organization with people running away from it like rats off of a sinking ship, would you put this Barbados in their hands? Good night. God bless you.
Hey, 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 hey. Boy. Barbados Labour Party, red and ready.
We rose under my. We journey through the fire. We and BLB.
That's it one more time.
No globally
Taking you through the faces. You see, there's so much in the Barbados Labour Party's manifesto that it takes time for you to digest. So, as was made mention by all our speakers tonight, get your hands, get a copy, spend some time, and also share it with others so that all of Barbados can understand what the Barbados Labour Party is offering. February 11th, you're going to vote. You're going to vote, and the music will probably take you there. I want to take you to this particular song now, and you can own it. You can own this sound just like all the other party sounds that we have offered as we go to the polls on February 11th. Bring it, quickly.
Boy, when I put my red shirt on, I start to see the country different. Ever since the BLP come in, the country been different. Boy, I put my darkers on, votes we bring it home. Boy, BLP we taking on, I put my darkers on, votes we taking on. BLP, boy, I put my darkers on, votes we bring it home. I at the poll voting early in the morning. Once the B's still winning, then the people winning. BLP and power, every bitch in the street living, taking votes. Votes, votes we bringing home, we taking votes.
We're here now.
Votes we bringing home.
You've heard St. James
winning,
North.
the people
You've
winning.
heard the candidate
BLP and
for St.
power, every
James
bitch in the
South,
street
Sandra
living. Got my
Husbands.
red shirt
I know we're
on.
gonna hear the
I know they're
candidate
looking
for
for me,
St.
but
James
it's
Central.
election time at the polling.
As we continue
opposition.
to have the conversation with you, as the Barbados Labour Party continues to share with you all that is happening. Barbados Labour Party, are you red and ready? Barbados Labour Party, St. James Central, let's welcome Kerry!
Right next to Kerry Simmons is where you will find me. And the posse doing Dixie. His plans, they got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through. So this is what we do. This is what we do.
Rolling with Kerry Simmons.
This is what we do.
Voting for Kerry Simmons.
This is what we do.
Rolling with Kerry Simmons.
If we want to get through, this is what we do.
Pleasant good evening to you, Labour Party. A pleasant good evening to St. James South. Are you ready to re-elect Sandra? I ain't so sure. You'll do better than that. Are you with me? Are we ready to re-elect Sandra Husbands? Now I want to start. I really want to talk to my people and yours together, Sandra, because we are here and we have West Terrace there, and we have Oxnards and Wanstead. And just across the road, then you come to my people, which would be in Oakwood Park and Thorpes and Hoyt's Terrace and so on and so forth. And in Prior Park, we share two sides of one road. And ladies and gentlemen, it is really only an artificial dividing line. And I want to say to you that these constituencies are characterized by perhaps the densest population of some of the public officers and public service administrators of this country. And I want to begin tonight by speaking directly to the public servants of Barbados and to say to you that we salute you. Many of you have given careers in public service. Many of you are to be found in West Terrace. Several of you are in Oxnards and in Wanstead. Lord knows I have a wash in Bagatelle. The head of the public service of Barbados herself is my constituent. And I want to say to all of our public officers, may God bless you all. We thank you for service to country. And I am proud tonight that I am part of a party that over the course of the last couple of weeks has been sending out letters to all of our public servants. 2,900 and something of them would have received or are in the process of receiving letters of permanent appointment, ending years of acting, putting our public officers in a position where they now have job security. That is no small thing. That is part of the DNA of this Barbados Labour Party. And it is something that don't just happen to coincide with an election. 2022, despite, and I want you all now to cast your mind back, because what we're doing here tonight now is to have a conversation about why we must reject the nonsense of the Democratic Labour Party, and in particular the little Lilliputian miscreant called Ralph Thorne. The man is a clear and present danger to our economy. He is a clear and present danger to our society. And as with all rats, a form of political eradication is necessary. Now, in 2022, in spite of COVID, in 2022, in spite of an IMF program, in 2022, we appointed 6,000 public officers who had been acting in Barbados for in excess of 3 years. Some of those 6,000 had been acting for 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, and more. What we are doing with the 2,905 now is a continuation of a clearly defined and demonstrated commitment to uplift the public servants of Barbados. And obviously, when once we've appointed you or brought you on board, we got to talk to you about salaries. And the reason why I'm having this conversation is because I hear on the call-in programs, I make time to listen, even as I got a thing in my ear that the wife gave me a snap on, and I can follow what they're saying, what the Dems who are passing themselves off as moderators say and encourage to whip up discord and discohesion, to make one feel sorry and make you feel that there should be some sense of pity. Nowadays, we have the politics of pity passing itself off. You should give the Dems a chance. And what is it that we must go back and reflect on? Who are we giving a chance to? And what are we giving a chance to? Remember that in 2008, they want to miss and elect them. And between 2010 and the year 2018, between 2010 and the year 2018, there was no salary increase for the public officers in Barbados. Not a cent. I want you to compare and to contrast. We were elected in 2018, and before the year 2019 come, Mayor Motley told you that we are going to go into an IMF program to save this country, and in particular to save the Barbados dollar, which was in peril. And all of you in Oxnard, and all of you in West Terrace, and all of you in Wanstead, and everybody across Barbados within earshot of my voice knew that it was a matter of national priority to save the Barbados dollar and its parity with the US dollar. That 2-to-1 that we hold dear. It is like the holy grail of Barbadian economy. And what did we do? Not only did we save it, but we took you on what Mayor called a long march. But before that, she gave you a breakfast. And there was a 5% wage increase for the public officers of Barbados. Not satisfied, we then went in 2023. I had a 3% increase. Still struggling to come out of COVID. Still in an IMF program. In 2024, we come back again. Another 3% increase. Just climbing out of the IMF program. Now, ladies and gentlemen, understand that in the space of the 7 years, 8 years that we have been in government, we have had 3 salary increases for the public officers of Barbados. And on top of that, there's what we did, and I'm very clear on this. We have a record to run on. This Barbados Labour Party has a record about which it can be proud. We can hold up our head, hold our hands high in the air. That is a record on which we can run. And Ralph Thorne and that crowd got a record to run away from. We heard our Prime Minister stand before you on Saturday night when we launched the manifesto. And she told the country that before this year is out, there is going to be a re-evaluation across the public service. A re-evaluation of all the jobs. And in the process of that, there must be another wage increase before the end of the year 2026. Your vote on the 11th of February, therefore, is a vote not just for the Barbados Labour Party, but a vote to put money in your pocket. Because that is what we stand for. That is part of our DNA. And when they like to talk about the cost of living, one of the first steps in fighting the cost of living anywhere in the world is to make sure that people can put their hand in the pocket and buy something in the supermarket. Now I go further. Because it is important for you all to remember, I know people forget very quickly. And I know that sometimes in the heat of this silly season, when people slinging mud and telling lies and recreating history, that you always forget. It ain't the first time that we've had a cost of living challenge. The difference between now and then is that now the whole world has a post-COVID cost of living challenge as a result of COVID's disruption of global supply chains, and that whatever is manufactured, very often, pick any one of these cars here, it can go on a thing on it, either made in Japan or nowadays we've got enough of them from China, but the parts come from many different places. Moving from one port to the other, sourcing the raw materials from one place at one price and another place at another price, and then freighting and all of those things. Everything adds up, and we don't produce none of here. We are Little Rock. What we cannot do is to set prices for anybody. What we tend to do is to import the prices that people set for us. Let us begin there. So that is the root of our problem today. But that was not the problem facing Barbados when Fumble Short and the Democratic Labour Party were running this place. I can talk my talk, darling. When Fumble Short and the Democratic Labour Party were persecuting one another and humbugging you day by day, there was a chronic cost of living problem in Barbados. Lest you forget, it was they who created something called a National Social Responsibility Levy. You want to remember that? I can't hear on her. Want to remember that? And the people in TV land, I hope you remember it too. You know, these meetings are interesting thing nowadays, you know. They got people who all little watch parties and got the popcorn and the drinks and so on and enjoying themselves. It's a completely different country. And that tells its own tale. Because if people were living in fear and if people were as anxious as all of us were in 2018, nobody didn't stop at home. Everybody in 2018 was coming out to meetings. You didn't have space for, you didn't have space for nothing. We rammed every street in 2018 because every single human being in Barbados wanted to get rid of the Democratic Labour Party. Even some of them in the Democratic Labour Party themselves wanted to get rid of them. Now, people that refused to accept that they were thems, I thought they'd all disappeared from the earth. Now you see them slowly coming out. Like, when I was a little boy, I used to see a thing on TV. My grandmother used to tell me, don't watch it, but I would go and peep, called Barnabas Collins, The House of Dark Shadows. Like vampires coming out now. Everybody, all of a sudden, they can be found again. And have a lot to say about cost of living issues, as though this country did not fight to survive a Holocaust brought about by the Democratic Labour Party when they determined for themselves that a National Social Responsibility Levy was going to be imposed on your back and like a whip cutting you deep like a cat o' nine tails in your skin. Everything imported into Barbados was increased by 10%. Every blessed thing. They get on as though they didn't do that. To hear them talk, you would think that that never happened. That chapter of history, as far as they're concerned, has been obliterated, all the way ignorant, all the way short of memory. None of us lived through that experience. And many of you know, I look into this crowd now and I see people who walked with the unions, who walked with the Labour Party in 2017 when we marched and there were 25 or 26,000 people blocking Bridgetown. Y'all don't remember that? And they were marching because of the mismanagement of the economy and the level of cost of living in this country. Well, I hear a problem. I see and I accept that we have a challenge with cost of living, but it cannot be in any way compared to what we endured under the Democratic Labour Party. And they know well that when the union went up to government headquarters in Bay Street and presented a petition to from the shirt, fumble in the cabinet office, and the leadership of the unions go to him and ask for audience. And he sent back a message. He ain't got no time for them. No time. 25,000 people down there, Barbadians, you and me. He wasn't interested. He was like Sparrow Song, Mr. Benwood Dick. Tell your daughter to come down quick. That was how he was. Indifferent to the problem. And we have treated, I tell you, this is a story tonight about comparison and contrast. Because we tell you that your problem is real. We accept, and you just heard Liz say, that there is a cost of living issue, and we have actually created an app in the Ministry of Commerce, Ask Delia, so that all of you can go online and ask Delia virtually, where can I go in Barbados to find the best prices of whatever it is you're looking for? And if you're so inclined, then you can shop around to find that place or places which offer you the best deal. But that's not anything that could have happened in Barbados before, but that's an important way of helping you to make choice. Because the most important power that a consumer has is the power of choice. And if you deprive the consumer of the power of choice, then you hit the consumer in the pocket. But it goes further than that. I was Minister of Commerce when we called in all of the owners of supermarkets and retail sectors in the retail sector in Barbados. All the people who selling you food were called in at Ilara Court. When Mayor Motley get here, ask her if it ain't true. Me and I sat down with all of them, and the poultry producers, and the pork producers, and we worked through what we came about, and I should also say we had the leadership of the unions as well. And there was a compact which we created. Nowhere else. Look, let me tell you one thing, man. Y'all, I have no problem in being marked hard. I come along through school and teachers marked me hard because my handwriting was bad. Was then and it still is bad. I come along through school and teachers mark you hard. No problem with that. But don't mark me unfair. When I'm marking the government unfairly, because Great Britain went through 6 prime ministers. Great Britain went through 6 prime ministers. All of them rose and fell on the issue of cost of living in the United Kingdom. And there are those who will say, well, I live out there, that ain't got nothing to do with me, Kerry. Well, that's true. But listen to what the big man in North America tells his people every day when he is not telling them that he don't want people out there that look like you. He tells them that the issue is affordability. And what does affordability mean? That in the United States, the mighty economic power, the largest capital market on planet Earth, cost of living is a major issue. A Canadian Prime Minister just left office, and a new one come in, and his unpopularity as the outgoing Prime Minister was because the cost of living in Canada was unbearable. This is something that the world is wrestling with. Let us be real. And for Ralph Thorne to come and tell you that he has this solution, that he can take the VAT, which represents 40% of the revenues of this country, and you understand, therefore, that the VAT is how we sending the children back to university that the Democratic Labour Party sent home. You understand that? You understand that that is how we are ensuring that we're going to keep nurses and a hospital functioning and improve the quality of public health care in Barbados that you all have rightfully asked for and that we must find a way to deliver. Understand that. Understand that the lights on every playing field in this country, and I am pleased to be an MP with floodlights on all the playing fields in my constituency, every blessed one. But understand that that comes through the same VAT. Understand that the road repair that everybody is cussing the government for and which must be done, but which all falls to us to do now because of the politics of spitefulness in the Democratic Labour Party, when for the period of 2008 to 2018, they did not fix a road in St. James South, will not fix a road in St. James Central, did not fix a road in St. Thomas, did not fix a road in St. Peter. When you know that, you all know that. We had the seats in the north, but we didn't have St. James South then. That was Don Villinis. And I don't think he was concerned about roads. He was concerned about finding other things to do with his time, and as a consequence, ended up spending time. Hey, 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 hey. And the body who just shouted in the microphone that Mr. Eswick and him should have been roommates. I presume you are saying that they would have been roommates because they were friends and went to school together and university, probably studied, and as such have shared accommodation and dormitories at university. Let us make it clear that that is what you are trying to convey. Oh, Lord. But I am saying to you, that the issue of the cost of living has been tackled by this government. And all of you know it in your homes. Every one of you in TV land, every one of you know that you have had the tax or the value-added tax on the use of electricity in your homes capped. All of you know that when gas prices were going through the roof, and that prices of oil in Barbados was as high as $135 a barrel, that Prime Minister Motley intervened. I know wherever I speak, I have served as the energy ministry and minister in this country, and we capped the price of diesel, and not satisfied, we capped the price of gasoline in Barbados. And that cap is still in place. So we didn't have to panic. When the Americans decided that, or the Israelis, whoever it was, decided that they're going to go and bomb Iraq the other day, and the world went wild and the market started to swing crazily, we didn't have to panic. Steady ship, the steady hands of the government of Barbados were on the ship of state of Barbados, because we know that don't care what happened with the fluctuation in prices, it could not go beyond a certain amount because we had put that cap there and it has remained there for the last 2 or 3 years. We know, talk about cost of living. I see middle class Barbados, all of you in one state, that now saying, man, I know I see Sandra, sure, but in your garage is parked a brand new hybrid vehicle, a brand new electric vehicle that you brought into this country and did not have to face market value, real market value for it, because we shielded you from that cost, that you could have the most technologically advanced vehicle on the streets. The people in St. Lucia cannot say so. The people in Dominica cannot say so. But when it's marked this little rock real hard. When it's marked this little rock real hard. Huh? I can talk my talk. And when I say these things, people just get vexed with me because apparently I must not say that which we all know is true. We have shielded consumers in Barbados in multiple ways. That compact that I just tell you about, you understand the workers' union agreed to it. The retail sector agreed to it. The government of Barbados agreed to it. And as a result of that, all of the fruits that we don't produce here, but that had to come into Barbados, we take the value-added tax off all of that. All the vegetables that are not grown here, but are imported into Barbados, we take the value-added tax off all of that in your interest. And the affordability question in the United States, if you want to listen to CNN, that there's quarrel about the cost of an egg. There's quarrel about the cost of tomatoes. Why sit down and watch it? I sit down and watch it. But nobody is saying so in Barbados. In fact, the markup that some supermarkets had was 35%, 35. And what me and Mayor sat down and negotiated was to bring it down to as low as 10%. That's 25% discount. 10 from 35 is 25. But this isn't difficult. Even Ralph Thorne could do that calculation. This ain't that hard. And so therefore, I cannot promise you a rose garden. I cannot promise you that Barbados will be the only country on planet Earth that does not have to battle with cost of living. But what I can promise you is that in our manifesto, we have, unlike the Dems, set out a clear strategy. We ain't going to lick down. You know, the value-added tax has been explained. When they went and tear up the manifesto the other night, because they were supposed to release it on Tuesday. But they couldn't do so because the intellectual bankrupts in that party could not settle on how you respond to the manifesto that we had released. So the way on the foolscap paper curse at one another explains why David Esway and Ralph Thorne are not speaking tonight. It explains why Richard Seeley tell them to do whatever he tell them to do, and why the youngster in the Senate that running down the road there has his own campaign, the senator. But what happened is that when we were doing this thing, this manifesto, we settled on some key things, and I can talk to you about them. But the important point is this: the governor of the central bank, I've never seen it in a country. A governor of a central bank in the middle of an election feels it necessary to intercede, not to go into the arena, but to just advise the country. Ladies and gentlemen, says he, to tinker with the value-added tax may not be the most well-advised thing to do, because that is the fundamental pillar on which all that we have stands. And unless you have costed it, and I know Ralph Thorne didn't tell you what it cost, unless you have costed this thing out, to say on the floor of Parliament, as he said, that he can reduce VAT by 2%, but then put it in the manifesto, he can do it by 2.5%, and in a call-in program, the boy they call Fluffy, Andrea World, Andrea World, he tell me that it was 5%, so he's a senator saying 5, Ralph Thorne in Parliament telling us 2, the manifesto say 2.5, there are like punka donkey all over the place. My God! With your VAT. And as I said to you before, that's what paying bills about here and keeping you employed. So the time now come for one to decide who to take serious in this place, because we have in our manifesto costed the things out. And we haven't decided to take a wrecking ball to the Barbados economy. It wasn't only the governor of the bank. The head of the economics department at the University of West Indies. Well, he ain't got no political axe to grind. I don't know the man from Adam. If he's stopping here right now, I would not know it is him. But the man come out and explain to the country, look, when I take sense from this. Do what you got to do, that is electioneering. But do not humbug the value-added tax, because the economy is still in a very fragile position. And all of us know that, because the big man in North America, you could make the mistake, jerk your hand in the lucky dip, or I pull out Thorne. And the next morning, don't mind some of them will be so foolish as to be jumping up and saying that's a good thing. The next morning, the big man in Washington says to you that he's putting tariffs on product coming out of Barbados, putting tariffs on product coming out of the Caribbean. And all of a sudden, the economic complexion changed. Well, he said it before. He said it before. And I, along with colleagues of mine from CARICOM, had to go and make representation to the same big man up in the north and through his agencies in order to try to hold back this thing. and make sense of it and say, well, look, from back in the days of Ronald Reagan, we had a Caribbean Basin Initiative where U.S. was helping us to develop and allowing us to get duty-free and quota-free entry into this country into the U.S. for the goods that we produce. Don't come and do that there now. You would destabilize the entire region. And I thank God and I respect the big man in the north on this point because he heard, he understood, and he ain't humbug with that way. But then, couple months later, he come back again. And he said, look, if ships that make in China bringing goods down here to the Caribbean, there's going to be a tariff of, I can't even remember what percent it was, but on every ship that passed through an American port. And if you look at the shipping routes, would nothing do come from Miami straight to Barbados? But we do a hell of a lot of importing from Miami. But it's stopping off in Puerto Rico, American port. It's stopping off in the US, VA, another American port. And by the time it get here, that's one blow, two blow, and a third blow in your skin. And then they will say, well, the cost of living is a problem. So I say to you that you don't gamble with these things like cutting the VAT, because that has to remain secure. We do not know what tomorrow will hold in this uncertain world, where even the United Kingdom, America's closest ally, where even the European Union, America's second closest ally, where even Canada, which was like the US, like the right hand and the left hand. Now all the relationships are fractured and realigned and rearranged. But Barbados, according to Ralph Thorne, is supposed to go to sea. We're supposed to head out on an unknown voyage to the wild blue yonder of the ocean. In a Moses. No, I think you gotta be real. And so I said to you, what then did we do? What then? Compare and contrast. We have looked at this issue of cost of living. And you heard this tonight. We are being selective with how we go about it, because the truth of the matter is, if I take the VAT off for everything, the merchants, first of all, cannot be relied upon to let you feel the benefits in your pocket. So that 2% come off officially, but there are going to be some business places where you ain't going to see no change. And you ain't going to know you see the change because we do not know what the price was the day before in every single product being sold in Barbados on which you pay VAT, or on every service being delivered at every location across this country. So even your hairdresser may say to you, you got to pay a little VAT. And then after that, the VAT is supposed to come off, but you still paying the price you were paying before. That could happen. There's no way of controlling that. That's the first part of the hoax. The second thing is this. There are some people, let us be very real, that a change of the VAT is not necessary for them, because they are at a level of earning and income where they are not impacted by these little fluctuations. There are people in this country who earn in excess of $20,000 a month. They can withstand it. What we need to do is what we are doing in the manifesto, bringing a surgical intervention, pointed and targeted. Where is the pain most? The pain is being felt by our elderly. The pain is most felt by our poor. The pain is most felt in certain areas of our middle class. And how are we treating to them? Right cross here, so there is land tax being paid by all of these people. And in my constituency, Oxnard's, Wanstead, Thorpe's, Holders, Terrace, and Prior Park, and so on. But how do we ease the pain? We say to you that from April, the first $400,000 of property value is free of land tax. So we give you that ease. We say to the old people that every blessed month we can make sure you get $100 in your pocket so that you have a credit against the surges in the cost of living, targeted for the old people. Ladies and gentlemen, we take the reverse tax credit threshold and we carrying it all the way up now to $35,000. so that if you're working for just under $3,000 a month, you will then be getting a reverse tax credit when before it was $25,000. And it is the DNA of this party. This isn't just party politics now at election time. Because when we came to government, the reverse tax credit threshold was $18,000. And we have carried it to 25, and now we're carrying it to 35. I think that this is a record about which we can be proud and about which you can feel satisfied that you have a ruling party that is sincere and committed to walking seriously and sensibly but cautiously through this maze of challenges that this country faces. These are difficult times, as I've indicated internationally. These are perilous times. It is not a time to go and gamble. It is not a time to play with your family future. It is not a time to play with your fate. It is not a time to play with the safety of this country or its economy. It is a time for serious people in a serious country to continue to have a serious leader and a serious governing party. The Barbados Labour Party is that party. Prime Minister Mia Mottley is that leader. And I am pleased, I am proud, I am happy to be part of a team that includes Sandra Husbands. I feel, ladies and gentlemen, that you all must give her your support. You all must work with her. You all must lift her up. You all must carry her forward. We continue to need Sandra. She is a voice that does not stop supporting the important call of human development in this country, training and retraining our people. That is what Sandra's whole life has been about. It is her unyielding, unbending philosophy. And if we do not train our people, we will not be in a position to face the oncoming challenges that we know are coming our way, whether it is robotics taking away your job, whether it is artificial intelligence threatening your job security. That is the fight that we will be fighting during the next course of government. And the next time we got a general election in Barbados, those will be the issues that we will have to speak to you about. But we can't get there unless we are doing the work with you to put your young people, all of you, that we have to have a national effort at retraining. And that is why Sandra is so critically important to us, because she is the government's voice on the training of our people, and has been a success story in doing so. And that cannot be challenged by anybody in Barbados. So ladies and gentlemen, I cannot speak to you for the whole night, even though I would love to do so. But as usual, you've been a lovely and receptive audience. I ask you on the 11th of February, wherever you are, in St. James, vote Chad, vote Kerry, vote Sandra, and across Barbados, vote Barbados Labour Party. Good night, and God bless you.
If we want to get through, this is what we do. Don't bother to ask me why you're smiling and always feel like styling. Right next to Gary Simmons is where you will find me. And the bossy doing Dixie, his plans they got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through, so this is what we do.
Ladies and gentlemen, part of tried and tested leadership. In difficult times, your next representative for St. James Central, Gregory Simmons. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. That time has come. It's time to show off strong leadership in difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is well respected, not only locally, regionally, and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, who kept us safe during the COVID years? Ladies and gentlemen, who gave us back the... Who kept us safe, ladies and gentlemen?
This country here to the end, take charge, me.
Ladies and gentlemen, our beloved leader,
Experience excellence,
you
in charge.
great, tested, proven, and committed. Mia Amar Motley, our dear Prime Minister, vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for strong leadership. Vote for Mia Amar Motley.
in the work, you do the job, and she got my trust. That is enough. Why, mean you for me? Why, mean you for we? Why, running the country firm and steady? I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. They got me leading with confidence and strength, experience, excellence, and take charge, me, you in charge.
Thank you. What a long day. What a long day. But anything that will allow us to be able to show you why we are so committed and so desirous of wanting to continue the work that we have done in your interests is worth any amount of hours. I spent today, for the better part, moving through Christchurch, St. Michael, St. James. And I just left St. John, where I spoke at Welch in a wonderful meeting there. But I had to come down here to speak on behalf of Sandra Husbands. And by extension, Kerry Simmons and Chad Blackman in the other parts of St. James, Davidson Ishmael and Neil Rowe in St. Michael North and St. Michael Northwest. And you might as well add Ian Gooding-Edghill, because in Grisette's, you're really not that far. And by her very presence throughout, Tyra, who is emerging in a strong way to be the next member of parliament in that constituency too. I heard on my way down from St. John the wonderful speeches of Liz Thompson, who previously served with distinction as your MP, and Kerry Simmons. And both of them chose to speak to the middle class tonight. And they did so largely because there is a narrative that is trying to be spun by some. And let us remember, there is equal access to the media in this country, and has always been. In spite of all of the foolish talk about how this government has behaved, you have heard more criticism and more opportunity for people to criticize, whether it is brass tacks or any other forum, without interference. There's a woman from Jamaica who runs programs every week, often libeling people, and they're not stopped. So that when you hear these narratives being spun, this thing here can amplify the voices of a few and make them sound like the majority. But I want you to have a reality check here tonight, because I want you to ask yourself, truly, are you better off tonight than you were 8 years ago? And I ask that because sometimes we can get so accustomed to the improvements that we have received that we take it for granted and we push for more. And there's nothing wrong with that. But let us also not deceive ourselves and forget that the improvements have happened. And more importantly, let us not forget who caused the improvements to happen. And when you contrast the performance of this government, and I say up front, we are not perfect. We're not perfect as a government, and none of us is perfect as a representative, because as a human being, none of us are perfect. But we have worked hard and we have done good work for the people of this country. And in a very real sense, this community here, West Terrace, Oxnard, exists because the platform on which I stand today is a Barbados Labour Party that believes in delivering for people and not simply asking you for a vote because we feel entitled to it. It was the Tom Adams administration that first conceived that it was possible to take this land that was littered with dunks trees when I was a child. Dunks trees all about here. And successive governments built on this. And sometimes I feel today that with all the commentary that is instantaneous and sometimes without thought, we do ourselves a disservice by feeling that we cannot achieve big things anymore and allow people to be able to emerge and to do great things themselves. And why do I say so? I think people forgot that until a year ago, this country was in an IMF program. It was in a program with the International Monetary Fund. But in spite of that, we took certain decisions that immediately changed the quality of life of many people in this community and the wider Barbados. Many people in the middle class. When we talk about free education at the tertiary level, most people contextualize it only in the context of poor people's children being able to go to university. And that is important, and that is one of the key premises. But there are many middle class people in this country who would not be able to pay for 2 and 3 children to go to university as they work. And they would be in the awful position of having to decide, is it the firstborn? Is it the second child? Or is it the baby? When all three, and sometimes you as the parent as well, want to go back to improve your qualifications because you know that if you do that, you can work up to the next job and to get the promotions. This government, in the first 4 months, restored free tertiary education. And there are people, to my certain knowledge, who previously supported the Democratic Labour Party, who have come over in the last 2 elections to support this government because they said that when they asked themselves the difficult question, could their children have gone to university? And in some instances, some had dropped out. And it is only because of the deliberate policy, the power of the pen, the power of the decision of cabinet, of the Barbados Labour Party government, to be able to say, put those children back in university, that they are able for them to have a life that is different and that can grow and grow and grow. But I want to go further. Kerry spoke to you about land tax. And we have been so confident in our management of this economy that that is not in this manifesto. Because the commitment to carry land tax, to give you the first $400,000 free, was settled by an act of parliament in 2023. 3 years ago. And that now means that if your house is 400,000 or less, not a cent. And if it is $500,000, because you only pay 0.1% on the next 100 and something thousand, you will pay $100 on a $500,000 property. But I don't want to stop there, because I need to remind us of a few facts. While we, yes, introduced the garbage and sewage contribution fee in this country in 2018, it was because we could not carry the expenditure of the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., the entity that brings the tourists here, that pays our bills. And we could not carry the $60 million of expenditure of the Sanitation Service Authority, the entity that protects the public health of this country. And we said that we were going to do some things. The BTMI, we're going to let you get your money from the tourists coming into this country. Because it isn't only Bajans that must carry the costs of infrastructure in this country. If you have twice your population visiting and staying, and then almost 3 times your population coming as cruise visitors for 1 day a week, they must leave a little something on the table to help with the wear and tear of the roads and the infrastructure and the water and everything. And hence, for the last 7.5 years, the Barbados Tourism and Marketing Inc. funds do not come from the taxpayers of Barbados, but come from the visitors or Bajans traveling. Fact of life. With the garbage and sewage contribution fee, that amount, we wanted to find the largest base. In primary school, you learn about denominators. And the larger the denominator, the larger the divider, the smaller the incidence. And we knew that it would only be in electricity bills or water rates. We would love to be able to have specific measurements, but we don't have it. And therefore, what we did was to spread it across all of the consumers in water, residential and commercial, and divide it so that the amount paid by everybody, and prorate it, we did a fraction of it, and prorate it so that everybody would carry a small amount. Little did we know that the water component of it would become even more and more burdensome. And for every year since 2020, your government has put at the disposal of the Barbados Water Authority, in addition to the garbage and sewage contribution fee, $30 million to help be able to stabilize the supply of water to Bajans in this country. But even as we did those things, we understood that public servants, and many of them live in this community, did not have a wage increase for 8 years. And the first thing we did within weeks of coming to office, and I told the head of the IMF that when I spoke to her 1 week after the election, she was in Ottawa at the G20 meetings. And I've said before, her embarrassing question to me, Prime Minister, do you still have sewage running in the streets of Barbados? How you think I feel? Shame. Shame. You know, meeting a woman for the first time and that's the first question she can ask you? Well, I know it ain't gonna happen to me again. But I told her that we needed to give people a little breakfast before you take them on a long journey. And within 2 weeks of coming to office, we had a budget. And those fees were put in place, but we also agreed to increase public servant salary by 5% across the board. Since then, there have been 2 other increases. And in this year, once the regrading is over and once it is your will for us to be your government come Wednesday night again, there will be another salary negotiation before the end of this year. Coming on top of the regrading, which is critical, particularly for people like police and nurses and a whole host of other categories that are essential to this country's functioning, but have not necessarily been appropriately valued in the scheme of things. I'm talking serious business here tonight because people must understand what is at risk on Wednesday. What is at risk? And I say to you that we told you that we did not have enough time then to review the tax system, but we came back the next year in 2019 and undertook the most comprehensive tax reform in decades in this country on income tax and on corporation tax. That is when we increased the reverse tax credit, which was $650, and we carried it to $1,300 again. And we expanded the number of people who could benefit from it so that people earning between $1,500 and $2,080 a month could now get the reverse tax credit after the budget in 2019. We then went, and the people between $2,080 and $2,916 a month, or $25,000 to $35,000 a year, we said to you, look, come, we are going to give you a chance to get not to have to pay taxes in this country by giving you the ability to pay the PAYE, but at the end of the year, when you file, you can get back every single cent in tax so long as you can afford, the government can afford it. And every year since 2019, we have given back those people every single cent in tax. But let me tell you what else we did that everybody seems to have forgotten. We reduced the 2 income tax rates. The first $25,000 is tax-free, everybody knows that. But we took the next $50,000 and reduced it from 16.5% to 12.5%. Put up the umbrellas. They just talk in the rain in St. John. And everybody standing in the road and talking in the rain with me. Because that's how serious this is. And the second rate that we reduced, because after the first 50,000, which would be carrying you to a salary of 75,000, 25,000 tax-free, next 50, we then took a decision and reduced that tax rate from 33.5% to 28.5%. Now that sounds like a lot of fancy numbers, so let me break it down. Because a body in this country that was earning $75,000 immediately got a savings of $2,000 a year in the taxes that they paid since 2019. And in the 6 years since then, because we have not touched it, that person will have saved 6 times 2,000 is $12,000. The people who were earning $100,000 in Barbados, we talking middle class, let me talk, would have earned $100,000, but their tax dropped by $3,250 a year because of the 2019 budget by this government. And for the last 6 years, they have saved $3,250 times 6. That is over $20,000. A person earning $125,000 would have saved $4,500 a year. Multiply that by 6. That is $27,000. And therefore, when I said to you in Golden Square last week, we will not forget you. We have calculated what we must do for persons earning $50,000 and under, who will now participate in what I've called the government meeting turn. You pay your monthly tax, and so long as the government can afford it, at the end of the year, you get back every single cent. And if you are earning $4,000 tonight a month, you would be paying $270 in tax, but you're going to get back $2,875. But I go further. Let's deal with the pensioners. We carried the pensioners' tax-free allowance up to $50,000 last year. And in this manifesto, we commit now to carrying it to $75,000. And the reality is that we know how we are going to finance it. For all pensioners, contributory or non-contributory, for all beneficiaries of a welfare grant, and for those of you in this community and the wider Barbados who are disabled or who have a disabled child and who are now for the first time in the history of this country getting a special needs grant from this government, we say to you that in addition to your pension, in addition to those welfare grants that will go up 30% come the 1st of March, again, having gone up 40% in 2020, in addition to the special needs grant, you will get $1,200 a year in a cost of living cash grant for this cash credit. And you can choose to take it $100 a month, $600 every 6 months, or if you got car insurance to pay, you can take $1,200 one time and help it pay your car insurance. My friends, on top of that, you heard me say that there are a lot of public servants who live in this community, Sandra. And those public servants, many of them were among the 5,290 people that we appointed between 2020 and December last year to make sure that you, one, if you were being appointed for the first time, could go and get a loan from a bank or a credit union. And if you were being appointed to a higher post on promotion, you could go and qualify for more money because the appointment would secure the bank in terms of what the bank was prepared to lend you. And I go on. The hospital was not receiving the money that it needed to run it. We have not only given the hospital all of the money that it needs, we have now given the hospital $130 million to recapitalize its equipment. And you've already seen the linear accelerator so that we don't have to send cancer patients overseas anymore or to use the old cobalt machine that Rihanna gave us as a country under the last government. We created 295 posts last year, year before last, and we've been trying to fill them, and we've been going well, but there is a genuine shortage of nurses in the country. And when we did estimates last month, we were told that the shortage is in the vicinity of about 200 now, because as fast as we bring nurses, they are taking them to the Americas or to the UK or to Canada, but predominantly the UK and the USA. So much so that when we brought in Ghanaian nurses and we couldn't get the visas to bring them through the UK, and we had to charter a plane to bring them here, then the British institutions came and take the same nurses that they won't give a visa to and carry them to England. So that you are going to be in a constant battle to get nurses. And that is why we as a government have said, train, train, train. And Sandra's role, which she has dealt with distinction. And you heard Kerry say, training has been at the core of Sandra's existence, education and training. Everything she does, she brings back round to education and training. And if we don't train more people, we are going to have to be importing labor all the time. And that is going to affect then the quality of healthcare in the country. Because there's often a lag between when people leave and when people are available to come. So that as much as we will be prepared to bring them, the question is there a seamless handover, or is there a lag and therefore an absence of persons doing stuff? But this government recognizes that the quality of care still needs work. And more often than not, it comes down to communication. And we have to have an honest conversation about how we can better communicate with people and how we can better utilize the merging of the private healthcare system with the public healthcare system to guarantee quality healthcare for all Bajans. When it comes to crime, we have not sat down twiddling our thumbs. And as I've said on this platform and other locations, one of the two reasons why I chose to run again is because I am going to work day and night. Having been a criminal lawyer myself, I am going to work day and night, not just to modernize our criminal justice system, not just to make sure that we increase the judges as we did from 2 to 8 and the prosecutors from 8 to 16, not just to bring new bail legislation, but to make sure, my friends, that we also recognize that the fighting of crime is a whole of nation approach. And that all of us know that if you see your son or your daughter come home with something that you know you ain't buy, that is the first step that you have to make sure that that child does not go down a path that will bring you and them a lot of sorrow. That if you know that your daughter is not taking your grandchildren to church because she working shift, then it is your responsibility as a grandparent or a godparent, because every child must be rooted in the morals. They must know right from wrong. And if you try to teach them that at 16 and 18, you're wasting your time. Let's talk straight. And that is why this government has brought the churches, the mosque, the teachers, the educational system, all of them we have brought together on a council, an advisory council on citizen security. And you know, Dale Marshall has done a brilliant job in modernizing the criminal justice system. We've strengthened the laws on firearms. We've strengthened the laws on bail. Last year, twice in fact, because the first time we did it, the courts had a difficulty with it. And we turned around then, and we took the Bail Act from South Africa. An act that has been in existence for over 30 years with a constitutional court in South Africa. And we said we're going to do this. And why? Because it sets out in detail. Go and look at it if you want. The grounds on which you can seek to refuse bail. When I was a young lawyer in this country, nobody got bail for murder. But the jurisprudence across the entire Commonwealth and world, especially with Pratt and Morgan and all of these cases that commented on how long it took for cases to be tried, started to admit of a different set of a different balance in terms of how they saw things. And all of a sudden, people could get bail for murder and for all other types of offenses. And the jurisprudence
is very clear on it. So that what we have to do, and that is why I increased the number of judges, and by the way, reduce the power of a prime minister who previously could handpick who they wanted effectively as a judge. I took that power away from myself. And we passed the Judicial Appointments Committee. So when I hear this nonsense about this government is oppressive and tyrannical, I say, show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. Because I will argue something strongly. Don't judge me on that. Judge me on my actions as well. And when we look at what we did, we decided that you need to be able to expedite the hearing of cases because the courts will not meet you on that basis that you can no longer deny everybody bail as a blanket. Same way you cannot hang people as a blanket. You have to make the case. That is how the jurisprudence has gone. But I go further. The Bail Act also says that if this person is going to be a threat to public safety in a community, that the police have the right to go and revoke their bail. And you and I both know that that is partially what has been happening in this country. And let me address, as I did last week, the issue of the anti-gang legislation. That legislation, like all the other pieces of legislation in the last 16, 17 months, after Dale Marshall had 2 national consultations on crime, that legislation was sent to the Advisory Council on Citizen Security, as was the wireless intercept, as was a whole host of other ones. And one of the things that, and the reasons it was sent, is because a gang is also defined as 2 people. So any 2 people under the draft can be a gang. And we felt that we needed to go through this thing in a thorough way to ensure that it would not be subject to abuse in this country. In addition, almost every offense under the legislation is already known to the criminal law. So even though you don't have that legislation, you can still charge the people with the same criminal offenses by another piece of legislation or under the common law. Now, I have not gotten into these technical discussions before because sometimes when people hear things glibly, they will make a judgment. But at the end of the day, he who feels it knows it. And one of the things that you have to do as a government is to make sure, even as you act, to be able to bring greater public safety, that you do not do so at the expense of individual citizens' rights. We have a man in Central America, you see him with his jails and what he has done to control crime there. Could you imagine if I was to behave like that in Barbados, what they would say about us? So that taking time is not laziness. And getting it right to make sure that there is a laser-like approach to being able to solve the problem rather than using a Collins or a machete to do what a scalpel should do. And that is the same problem the Dems will have. And tomorrow night I will speak more about it at 6 Roads. But that is the same problem the Democratic Labour Party will have with their manifesto and their desire to cut VAT to 15%. Liz has already spoken on Kerry to show you that it sounds pretty because it's easy to communicate. But at the end of the day, the government will lose revenue and you, the consumer, will not benefit because prices, once they go up, do not usually come back down that way. Now, I've taken the time tonight not to address every issue, because there are issues that feed the soul. A National Botanical Gardens that gives you the ability to be able to recreate and to do things that you can't do if you're living on a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot property easily. I've taken the time tonight to speak to you about the performance of this government on a number of areas. And at a time when we were in an IMF program, this government, while we did all of this, not every member of parliament in my party agrees with me. And we have a policy that allows them sometimes to speak on the floor of parliament. And you have seen occasions where different members have expressed different views. But at the core of it, when it matters on the most fundamental issues, we work as a united party. And you and I both know that if a party or an entity is not united, they cannot lead you properly and they cannot keep this country stable. And even when those people have differed from me, they have never been locked out of 111 Robert Street. Even when those people have differed from us, we would never be so crass, not just to lock them out, but to lock them out of a church service. That is what they were locked out of. And you look on social media and you see Ralph Thorne walk past those people like if they were the scum of the earth. Didn't say good morning, didn't say good evening, didn't say hello, and walk with a long bag that he always walking with. And walk straight past them, into the gates, past the security guards. In all my years, I have never known the police to be called in at 111 Robert Street to stop any member of the Labour Party from being in there. And I go further. Just because you can cross the floor and you sit down with a handful of old Dems, and I am of the view that Frundell is the chief architect of Ralph Thorne's assumption of leadership in the Democratic Labour Party. And that Frundell, a student of history, determined that I must not be the worst leader that the Democratic Labour Party ever had. And that if I can find someone worse than me and chart their way to leadership, then I can protect my name from the Guinness Book of World Records as the worst leader of the Democratic Labour Party. Oh, Lord. And Ralph, gullible or in pursuit of a pension at a higher rate than being a backbencher, took the bait and recognized that all he has to do is to make some noise in Parliament, get through an election that he knows that he will not win, hope that he can win a seat, and that is why the Democratic Labour Party has been used as the platform by which Ralph Thorne is going to contest the seat in St. John. When did you see a leader carry, selfishly so, the launch of a manifesto into their own constituency? Mr. Barra, Mr. Thompson, all of them. And I say to you tonight that a man does not change who he is as an adult and certainly not as a pensioner. Ralph is 68. When he left the people of St. Michael Northeast, he left without a word because he lost a nomination against me. When he left the people of St. Michael North and the Democratic Labour Party, equally, there was not a word. And there's a cruel irony about him seeking to run in St. John as in David Thompson's seat, when the only body Ralph hated more than me is David Thompson? And ask anybody who was his contemporary. When he came now to the Labour Party, and the rest will tell you that Ralph don't like no lot of canvassing, and Ralph don't like no lot of work. And that is why I knew when I had to choose an Attorney General, it had to be Dale Marshall and not Ralph Thorne. But I paid the ultimate price for that too. And I say to you tonight that don't judge me by my words here to you. Judge Ralph. Don't judge him by what I am telling you. Look at the facts for yourself. If you ain't talk to the people of Christchurch South, I ain't talk to me as political leader, and both Christchurch South and me learn about it in the paper like all the rest of you. In the same way that David Thompson learned about him leaving the Dems and St. Michael North in the paper like all the rest of us. In the same way that Henry Ford and then Owen Arthur in that intervening period learned that he left the Labour Party. It was Henry really, in them early days. There is a pattern of behavior. But it doesn't stop in the political field. He did the same thing as a lawyer to Neil Rowe. And Neil talked about it, and I did last night in the farm. And Neil, when he looking for Ralph to be there, Ralph is nowhere to be found. It is true that the fee that he charged Neil couldn't even begin to look at to pay. But it wasn't only Neil, because you might say that that's Neil Rowe and he was vexed with the Labour Party. This week, the Premier of Turks and Caicos was convicted. That was Ralph Thorne's client. And when we first came to office, Ralph used to be going down to Turks and Caicos and spending months at a time. And all of a sudden, Ralph was no longer in the case. But you know how he was no longer in the case? The judge went into court the morning, and I am ready to read out the judge's words, because I got them on transcript, so let him deny it. Just like the manifesto, I got that transcript too. And the judge said that he had just received an email from Ralph Thorne saying that he was no longer the lawyer for the former Premier Michael Mizik. And that he really couldn't understand it because this is a case that was going on for over a year, maybe two. And that for Ralph to withdraw at that time would cause a delay of 3 to 6 months in the case, because that is how long you would have to give new counsel to come up to speed with all of the evidence that had been heard thus far. But if that wasn't bad enough, who you think Ralph did not tell that he was no longer the lawyer? The very same client he had. Can you imagine you gone to court in this country? Not even for a criminal case, but a traffic case, a family case, a civil case, a landlord and tenant case. You pay a lawyer. The lawyer working and hearing the evidence. Case get adjourned, and you going back to court. And you going in court, sitting down waiting, and you doing so wait. Wait, case start yet? And you look at your watch again, and you still didn't know. And you look at your watch again, and the court start, and you still don't see no lawyer. And your stomach start to get a little queasy now, because you ain't known enough law yourself. And in tutus, when the judge come on the bench, the judge says, this is what I've just received. And the client says, what? Well, you didn't tell me nothing? What manner of man is this that is now trying to lead this country? I say to you tonight as we leave here that the ball is in your court. And I say to the people who live in here that we have not been a perfect government, nor has Sandra been a perfect MP. But what we have been is a good government, and she has been a good MP. And if there are things that still need doing, like the roads from the 1st to the 10th Avenue of Wanstead, those tenders are out already. And when that finishes in a matter of weeks, and it was given out before Christmas, but you and I know that contractors don't work for at least 3 to 4 weeks at Christmas time. If you miss and you go and vote for them, you're going to sentence yourself to 5 years hard labor again. And I shouldn't even say hard labor because you might think it's Labour Party. Hard time, prison time, but outside. Let's address the issue tonight that no ballot box starts with votes in it. And I don't care how much red I see out here, it cannot replace you're going to vote between 6 in the morning and 6 in the evening and casting that X for Sandra Husbands. You cannot say you are supporting or you want to maintain the quality of life. You cannot say that you are better off tonight and believe that it will happen by serendipity. Who does Ralph have with him in the Democratic Labour Party? Even the Dems in St. James South say that the fella that running out here lazy and don't like to move out and walk out. That's the Dems, not me. So, sometimes there's a 7-year itch in a marriage, in a relationship, in a partnership. And sometimes you get tired seeing the same people. But the last time you get tired seeing the same people, it was a 14-year itch with OIM. And you sentence yourself to a lost decade. Study your head. Study your head. This government is working for you. And if you want us to continue, and if you want us to defend this country, not just internally, but externally, at a time when the world is facing its most serious challenges since World War II in 80 years. Study your head. If a man cannot even keep lights on a meeting, how he can keep lights on in the country? If a man does not even know how to participate in any economic debate. Ralph has been leader of the opposition for 2 years and cannot comment on one single economic matter. I am not an economist, but I understood that I had to learn the rudiments of public finance and macroeconomics if I was going to make that difference as Barbados' Prime Minister. To the point now where we have not only had 18 straight quarters of growth, but we have people all over the world when we went to the international capital markets willing to give us almost 7 times, 6 times what we wanted to borrow. Nobody don't run to want to give you something if you look bad, smell bad, and I can't do the work. They come to you in their numbers if they feel you are a good bet, if they feel you are a good prospect. Everybody all of a sudden want to hire you, want to work with you. That is what you have with this government. And because I don't like to boast, because I don't feel that I should abuse the mandate that you gave us, I allow a lot more to happen in this country than would otherwise happen. And I made you that promise on the 27th of May 2018 that because of the size of the mandate you gave us, that we would not abuse it and that I would be the chief opposition person to this government. And I have done that. So I ask you tonight, give me Sandra Husbands in St. James South. Vote for her. And vote for Kerry Simmons in St. James Central. Vote for Chad Blackman in St. James North. Vote for Davidson Ishmael in St. Michael North. And Deal Row in St. Michael Northwest. Ian Gooding-Edghill in West Central. And I suspect you know who runs in St. Michael Northeast. And I ask you to do that to allow us to continue making life better for you. I have not spoken tonight about the Bajan birthright dividend, but I want you, the middle class, to know that wealth does not come by cash in your pockets. It comes from money transferring from one generation to the next and property transferring. And I will only say this tonight because the hour is late, that the Dems feel it is a political gimmick. Well, if you don't know how to do innovative things, shut up your mouth. And I say simply this. At 8 minutes past midnight, on today's date, Sunday the February 8th, that it will be the law and the Bajan Republic Child Wealth Fund will be established by law and the money transferred to every child for a $5,000 share in that fund who is born after the 30th of November 2021. And it is because we must learn to foster a culture of savings in this country. It must not only be other civilizations that have a long view. And we, as children of people who were exploited as slaves, must learn how to forge our future by seeing forward 2 and 3 generations and 4 generations. And that is how you make a country great. That is how you make a civilization great. And if that is too lofty an ideal for the Democratic Labour Party, I now call for Errol Barrow to return from his watery grave and save that party. Because it is not too lofty an ideal for us. So my friends, we have a few days left and the ball is in your court. And I ask you to treat this as an election that can make or break this country and make or break your future. And if you do that, then I am confident that you will choose the Barbados Labour Party and Sandra Husbands in this constituency. And I am confident that you will reject Ralph Thorne and his multiple forms of the Democratic Labour Party that do not exist as a unified force. If you do that, then next Saturday, I beg you do, let us meet together. We cannot wear red on Wednesday, but we can wear red on Valentine's Day next Saturday at a place to be announced when you and the people of Barbados make the right choice to save this country. Thank you and good night and God bless you all.
White flags in the air, and show Barbados you care. The Bajans strong and ready to go and put in another gear. I'm telling you, white flags in the air, and show Barbados you care. Going with BLP and me and Marty all the way. I'm telling you, I voted for BLP. We voted for BLP. I voted for BLP. We voted for BLP. And Bajans strong, BLP standing as one. BLP, you can't go wrong with BLP. We voting for BLP. Right now we Bajans strong with the
Barbados Labour Party bringing an end to our meeting here. Thank you very much for your kind attendance, for your presence, and for all the speakers. Barbados Labour Party, red and ready, always red and ready. And again, I want to thank the residents in the area for your kind indulgence as we come to you, bringing the message. Thank you very much, everybody. Travel home safely.
Everybody come out and vote.